Hello and welcome to episode 139 of The Imperial Truth. I'm Greg and joining me again Mr. Howard.
Hello Greg, good to see you.
Hello Howard, how you doing?
Yeah, not bad, thank you, not bad.
Excellent.
Had a good break and raring to get on to the new year instead.
Wonderful. So if you did get any cash in your Christmas stocking or however it's delivered, then Element Games have a host of toys for you to purchase and build and play with and paint and spray and all kinds of stuff. I was very... Every now and then my hobby tools come in very handy for my missus. So I do have to remember to keep glue around even more than I probably think I need at any one point. So I usually do a big hobby supply order every now and then when you're getting short. Element Games support the show and we get a little bit of a kickback if you go through them. We're getting a bit of a slowdown from Games Workshop at the start of the new year. I don't know how aware the wider world is, but France shut the Dover crossing for a while due to this explosion in corona down in our little corner of the world.
Our own special variety that we cooked up.
Indeed. Announcement went out and everyone ran north and spread it everywhere, which is lovely. But I know South Africa have got a pretty bad strain of it as well. But Games Workshop will be slowing down for a little bit. Just making sure they catch up, I think, and don't run out of stuff to be able to physically send people. But there'll be loads of cool new toys coming. And then on top of that, Geek Shield. So if you have life insurance and you're not sure if what you're getting from it, if the worst comes to the worst, or if you don't have any and you want to find out a bit more, you can contact Geek Shield. We got the advert and we got the links in the show notes. So yeah, did you do any hobby over the period?
I did indeed. You kind of would feel remiss to take that holiday break and not use any dedicate any to hobby time. I've been looking forward to saving a few things up to use some of this time. That said, it was competing time with preparing for a house move, but I find there's nothing better as a motivator when you think I should be doing something else, and then you find that's a very good way of motivating you to do some models. So I've finally been working on trying to crack a paint scheme, a specific paint recipe for that most troublesome of colours, red, for Blood Angels, and specifically one that would work for the large number of heresy models that I'm looking at and working towards, but also one that I could then still use them in a 40k force. So I wanted one that would work, and I am been utterly torn between these incredible paint schemes that are being shared around very helpfully by the community. There's a metallic version, more commonly associated, I think, with the Thousand Suns. Whether that's been the case for many years, I don't know, but it's certainly one that you see commonly there. But it's some really nice metallic Blood Angel schemes, and there's some very nice, more traditional matte schemes as well. So I took the opportunity to get out the airbrush, try and improve some airbrush skills, and experiment endlessly with that, and trying out lots of new tools. And also, you mentioned tools there in the intro. I would highly recommend anyone who's been modelling for a while and sort of progressed to the point where they're familiar with a lot of tools to really take stock almost. To go back, I did that with some of the tools that I've just been using. It was only relatively recently that I discovered the Tamiya extra thin cement as a hobby glue, and you suddenly it's like it reveals a whole new way of modelling, bizarrely, and you suddenly find this incredible thing realise you've been struggling through with these tools that aren't quite up to tools or materials that aren't quite up to not up to standard, but they just suddenly become that much easier. The other thing, one of these sort of surprise presents I got for the Christmas break was a new set of clippers. Yeah. And it's one of those tools that you have in your bag and whatever, and you've used them for years, and you think these are fine. And then you use some that are perhaps either, I'd say higher end, or perhaps more specifically designed for what they're intended to do. And it's like it's like magic. I was using one of these things. They're called single bladed clippers,
Right.
I hadn't tried them before. There's a range of different manufacturers for the famous ones are these God Hand ones, which I thought were always stratospherically expensive, but actually they're not. They've got quite a range of them. Red Ras Games do some now as well, and there's a Chinese company that does them as well that's well regarded for them. There's a range of people that do them. It sounds counterintuitive. You think, oh, it's just got a single blade. How's that going to work? And the other side of the clipper is blunt. You think, well, how's that going to work? But actually, the blunt side gives something it essentially holds the part. You press the part against that, and then there's the single blade on the other side cuts through it. It's like cut the assembly time in half because you haven't got anything like as much cleanup afterwards. You're cutting much more cleanly through here. If you're tearing through a kit of 10 guys or whatever, or whatever, a large vehicle model or something, it absolutely flies. And it's these little discoveries, these little tools that you hear about, and suddenly you think, why have I been using this budget pair of clippers that came with a like a bundle set, fine to start with, but then you suddenly realise you've got these other options out there. I would highly recommend people to take a look back at their own toolkits and take stock. What about yourself? Any exciting hobby?
Hold on, whoa. I'm going to go
journeys?
back and hold on. I'm going to go and do some of this first. So, I mean, I've been using my Games Workshop clippers for quite a long time, which are pretty damn good, to be fair. Much better than kind of the cheap ones we were using before, and the old ones particularly. But I have just looked at them like closed with to a light, and there's a fair bit of light coming through where they've been battered over a few years worth of use. And I've got I think I've got some army painted clippers, which were always my kind of, these are for use on stuff which will ruin clippers. But I think
that's important. I think that's an important thing to have. You get some, like, I think there's those that are designed for plastic frames, and I think Army Painter twigged this a little while ago, and I started marketing 2 different sets of clippers, some that are for plastic frames and some that are for metal, resin, whatever. How many metal models do we come across these days? But even where you're clipping pins, for example, paper clips, things, exactly. You wouldn't be using that. I wouldn't recommend using that with your nice plastic frame clippers, because you'll end up with notches in them, and then you end up tearing models. Because there's nothing worse. I don't know how people. Nothing worse. It's a bit strong, perhaps. When you've got a gate on a frame on like the top of a shoulder pad or something like that. And I'd say this is more pronounced with resin. When you then clip it off and you take a chunk out of the trim or something like that.
I mean, those tabs on those, particularly on the shoulder guards, I mean, I just, even with good clippers, like I will damage. I'll damage them. It's,
it does feel like a sadist designed that.
It's so frustrating.
So is. You can see it's going to happen. You look at it. I'm going to nick this.
Can you put it on the thick bit at the bottom?
Exactly.
But, so I'm now considering writing a shopping list and putting new clippers on there, because these Citadel ones, although good, definitely could do with.
Tip I heard the other day was that and this was from it was a video from one of the bits sites. I think it was Bitsbox, not sure. One of the bits sites. He did a review on clippers, and a range of them. And funnily enough, he's going through a fair few, or I should say they are going through quite a few clippers, because they're clipping frames as a job. And he said that the ones, Games Workshop's clippers are like this, but so I think are Army Painters. A few of them are like this, where they have a piece of sprung metal. It's not a spring between them. That little sort of essentially flexed piece of metal that provides the spring of the clipper, if you're using them a lot, is more likely to wear over time and potentially break. The better ones, or rather the more durable ones, are those that have a spring between them. This is a fun world of clippers here. But it's one of those things. It's amazing with the hobby how much detail you can go into on these things. I mean, you go into all the detail on paintbrushes and all the rest. Actually, any aspect of it. And I just found myself glossing over that with various tools and thought, well, that's just all there is. Clippers, I would highly recommend, given that we actually use them a lot, having a little nose around. God Hand, they're available on Amazon.
I'm trying to find these single-bladed ones. I've been looking stuff up as Magnus, do be quiet. Single blade clippers, yeah.
Let me. I've actually got, because I'm that kind of cool. I've got a short list. Let me
Yeah.
let me get my. Where is it? Where is my?
But it's one of those things to say I've had those for years, and so the GW clippers, they're angled both sides. You end up having to clear up. You take the good advice and all that kind of stuff. So if you're particularly with resin, don't clip too close to the piece. Like when you're taking it off a large gate,
Clipping it twice can actually be a huge
big
benefit.
time. Take it off, and having a little saw.
Yeah. That,
to
I would
do
say
the
the
final
Games
bit.
Workshop one is excellent at that. The little Games Workshop saw. There's very few people who make something similar, as far as I'm aware. It's a bit like a hobby knife, but with a saw blade in the end. I found that to be pretty damn useful, particularly for resin.
Sure.
There's very few others that are quite as good at that. What's the name of this?
It's all good. Well, we can put it up. But yeah, it's
So one of the I've got a short list I did when I was having a look around. There was single blade nipper is generally what you would do to search for them. Redgrass Games, the people who make the wet palette.
yeah.
Or started with the wet palette, they make a whole range of things. But Redgrass Games do a single bladed nipper, precision nippers they call them. That's probably the most readily available, probably to most of us. The other company, there's a Chinese company that does one that's highly recommended. It's got DSPIAE, which I believe is an acronym for the values of the company, which is just brilliant. They do a range of hobby things. They do a single bladed nipper. They're on the version 3 of that now. They can be tricky to get a hold of. The one that is talked about a lot is the make is the Japanese make called God Hand, and they do a very expensive one, the Ultimate Nipper, which is the model number is SPN 120, and they do a PN 120, which is a little bit more mid-range as a single-edged one, and they do a two-bladed. Two-bladed ones are fine. It's just I found that these single-edged ones seem to be that much more precise, and therefore you're not then having to go back, clean up the bit that you've just cut, then sand it, then buff it. And anything where you can save yourself time like that sounds pretty good. It makes it more of a pleasure, and you're more likely to go and take it on.
So part of your problem when you're searching for these things is they look like every other pair of clippers, because it's such a small, flat blade that you're going onto. But yeah, so maybe I'll look at that because some of them aren't cheap.
Absolutely not. This is why I would say this is not the thing you do and you think, I'm just starting out, I'm not sure I'm into this whole wargaming thing, whole model making thing. I'll just spend £30 on a pair of clippers, shall I? No, clearly not. It's something you're gonna experiment with. But if you know that you are all in on the hobby, it might be worth considering a little investment in some of the tools. I've found that even. Well, all things really nice. I'm amazed there isn't more of I'm amazed people aren't going and making high-end things like tape measures. These are the things you tend to use a lot. I'm amazed people aren't going, here's a Teflon-coated, gold-plated something. I'm amazed there aren't luxury versions of all the things we use.
There are expensive tape measures at the end of the day. But
they tend to have things like lasers in them.
Yeah.
or
just,
they've got spirit levels in them.
At least
less useful.
You can understand a tool having a better point and a tape. Although, I do remember playing 40k or Warhammer against a guy actually, and we were laying out our models, up to 12 inches on. And I looked at his, I was like, your deployment zone looks big. And he got his tape measure out and he's measured it out and goes 12 inches. And I'm like, it just looks a little bit bigger than 12 inches. That's weird. And he brought his tape measure around to my side and measured mine as my tape measure was out. And we found that his was at least 3/4 of an inch longer, his 12 inches.
Wow.
So I don't quite know. I can't remember. Maybe it was a misprint. Maybe it was something wrong. But tape measure was completely out, which is not something I would ever have considered up until that point, just because you assume. But I think expensive.
You'd assume a measurement is a measurement is a measurement.
You would hope
they're all made equally. Of course they're not. They can't be, can they?
Yeah, if some carpenter would pick that up, it'd be swearing as his stairs are foot too tall or whatever. But
a little bit more of an issue for someone who's in the trade.
Yeah, when it comes to tape measure, I think the £1 jobs just do fine generally.
Yeah. And also you think, that one's broken. I'm going to get another one.
Or I left that one at the last event.
Yeah, exactly.
Although
you're less likely to be travelling with and leaving your tools around. But your tools, we're just using them all the time.
Yeah.
Some people, for me in particular, that's it. The hobby aspect, the actual modelling aspect of it is one of the most enjoyable parts of the hobby. So it's worth investing a bit in the tools, I find.
It's not just that, but it affects everything else as well. If you go and pay, you go and pay £50 or £60 for 5 models, and that's the only way you can get them, and you cut one of them in half accidentally because your clippers are naff, and it rips apart. How do you get that extra bit? I mean, you can go, you can find bits and pieces, but sometimes you have to just go and pay 30-40 quid for a repeat thing to find an extra kit. Now, you can make your own molds and things like that. There is stuff you can do, but it's a right raw pain in the rear.
To be honest, I found the Army Painter plastic frame cutters, I think they are called. Those were very good. I mean, they're a 2-bladed traditional kind of clipper, but given how fine a lot of the kits are moving towards now, and this is doubly true with resin when you're going down that route, if you break those, it's annoying.
Yeah.
Okay, you can repair some things, but if you damage the trim, I remember one of the killers for me was the front of Javelin speeders.
Right.
There's a gate right on the front of a Javelin land speeder that is it's so easy to take out a chunk of the trim, and you think trying to repair that, put a repair on a curved surface is hard enough already, but trying to do that with trim as well, build it up with green stuff or whatever. Great, I've just given myself an extra hour's job or something, assuming I can even get to anything like the quality there. Given how fine, I mean, I'm looking here at some of these Marines with individually moulded fingers and things. The detail on some of these things, you want to be getting pretty close to it, and trying to chop that with a modelling knife is a bit of a pain.
Do the single blade clippers, do they spring the piece less?
They do. They do. There's less pressure.
That's what I was wondering.
That's kind of the point of it. But the only tricky part, I suppose, is that you have to attempt to cut as close to perpendicular to the thing you're cutting as possible. And they recommend that you don't cut through things larger than 3 millimeters, which virtually no gate, other than when you're getting into resin. At that point, you probably want to be using a more heavy-duty pair of clippers anyway. Actual clippers rather than nippers. But the idea being that you have this flat edge on one side of the blade, and then the other side is a super sharp blade. You're putting less pressure than you would if you're essentially squeezing it apart, which you are with 2 blades. It's an interesting technique, and it seems to be the case. But it's borrowing lessons from the world of I think it's that's the Japanese model making world of Gundam. Similar. They've fantastic things with panel liners and stuff. There's a huge wealth of experience there, which we can all learn from. Yeah, we went away for Christmas, got away from everything, and I took some models to build with me while we watched Lord of the Rings or whatever. So I built myself a Mega Gargant from Age of Sigmar and some Primaris bits, but I did do a couple of lightnings for Aeronautica Imperialis. And so one of the pieces on those lightnings is the front end of the rotator cannon, and it is, it's a very small disc of plastic, and the first one I did pinged up in the air, and I'm on a grey sofa with a very dark grey thick rug below me, and God knows, actually sweating. I don't know what's happening here. I'm freaking out.
And then Mrs. was like, "Do you need it?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I do. It looks stupid on the end." And she's like, "Well, and I'm like, "No, I just have to put my hands down and blindly just feel." And luckily, I found it. But
anyone who's ever prepared a Titanicus model,
yeah, exactly,
and gone for the void shield generators.
Oh, but this is this piece is, I suppose the cigar on the Orlok,
that's the classic.
Dude, is one of the only pieces smaller, I think, that I've ever seen.
I'd say there's quite a lot in the specialist games range.
Maybe.
That is tending towards that now, these really hyper small parts. I know people have said the same about Harlequins. Warcry has a bunch of them as well, where they've got either very fine, Necromunders is classic for it, very, very fine, slender pieces, and I've found that increasingly where when you're cutting the piece out, it's putting pressure on the part, but the part flexes just through the act of cutting it off the gate.
Absolutely.
And if you haven't cut the gates in the right order, the piece snaps in the middle.
That
Which-
can happen as well, yeah.
Yeah,
Or it
exactly,
flies off,
exactly.
never to be found again. So,
exactly. Yeah. So
it's-
there's some
Cool.
benefit in I think going for
we should
the parts.
move on from our 10-minute chat
From
about
detailed discussion about
clippers. So I haven't done much heresy because we were away. I didn't want to take any painting with us, but talking and all the usual other stuff that you can do in the hobby. That's all part of the hobby. I haven't yet got round to reading any of the Christmas Advents for heresy.
Ah,
but
there was a one I would highly recommend. There's one I had to put to the top of the queue. Was the Lightning Hall?
Well,
by
I
Graham
was
McNeil.
just about to say because we didn't know about that until it was released. So that was the last. Yeah, was it the last entry? And I was already away then. So Lightning Hall, I am going to read them all. That's without a doubt. I just need to sit down and actually do it now. I'm back home. I weirdly might have more time. But we also got Assault Arvitz.
Yes, and what a lovely model it is as well.
Yeah, so we saw it 9 months ago, but hey, it happens. We all know why, even if people don't think they know why. We all
Was it
know
really
why.
9 months ago?
It was. It might have been longer. Was it the LVO preview,
My goodness, that is alarming.
or was it the first
that time has
preview,
passed.
or was it the first lockdown preview? I can't quite remember, but it was best part of a year ago.
I feel it was a summer. I feel like it was a Games Day
you
equivalent
sure?
kind of thing. But yeah, it could be LVO actually.
I'm just off the top of my head trying to remember. I could be completely wrong. But yeah, a lovely model. A helmet and a head option.
Always think that's a good idea. I had completely forgotten that Soltavitz had a little metal plate above his left eye.
Yeah, it's. Hold on, let me have a look at this. Warhammer Preview 3 from the 18th of April. So 3/4 of a year. Yep. 3/4 of a year ago.
Wow.
So not quite as
Wow.
long as I thought. Yeah, 18th of April 2020. So this was people are going to find the next thing to complain about that we haven't seen because they will. £30 for a model that doesn't have a base. Is it technically part of the character series? No, not a base, but a
a scenic base, like a big
scenic
yeah,
base.
Yeah, I'm just seeing he's got the foot on a rock, so
character
full
pose.
on character.
Yeah,
Classic
right.
there. So there's certainly something at the base there, but yeah, but it's a detailed model.
Because it's not a character series model by the looks of it. It's not classed as that. Yeah,
I'm surprised he just make it into the character series.
I mean, it's interesting to see maybe how they kind of look at what kind of confirms as a character series, what you need. I'm just having a little flick through the character series now.
Yeah, I'm doing the same. I'm just trying to see
because you've got Erebus and you've
equivalent characters are.
Yeah,
I was thinking Raldoron or something like that.
Yeah, but Raldoron, like Tarvis is just a line captain. Like,
yeah, true.
A
fairly storied one, but yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like, important, but actually, when you look through, Tylus Rubio might be, but then he's a knight errant.
Yeah, I suppose.
So, or maybe they've just decided. I don't know. It's an interesting one that he's not Haval Redblade. Maybe.
It's interesting. He's of the same. He's the same category in some ways as a Legion Praetor.
Yeah, exactly. It's an interesting one.
In terms of the model level of detail of a model, I'm looking at the Blood Angels.
But if we look at
first on the list, I'm not biased. He's the first on the list there, and he's got the same level of detail. Kind of hasn't got a head. Oh, he has a head option as well.
So if we look at an average Games Workshop like plastic character, you'd be looking at £25.
Yeah.
So in terms of relating it to that, £30 isn't over the top. It's expensive.
It's on the higher end. It's a character.
It's quite a high end. But if he if he had been a character series and come with a base, Haval Redblade's £47, Kinzar's £47,
36, 38, that sort of price.
Janisha Kroll doesn't have a big base. She's £38.
Yeah, that's what I would have imagined.
You would expect if he had a half decent base, it'd be £40. When there's a lot of complaint every time they do a character in the character series and they come with this big base and people are like, I'm having to buy the base. Sevatar's only £38 actually. He's got a decent base. Do you want those bases that are going to cost you an extra £8 to £10 at the end of the day? Khan's 38 as well.
Yeah, that's a good. I mean, our Millis Dynat of the Alpha Legion, he's got a fairly hefty base. He's 38.
Yeah, so basically, do you want to spend £8 for that base? I'm sure some people out there are going to go, yep, definitely, and some people are going to go, no, don't use the bases. So, but then I always feel that if you are someone who doesn't like the base, you can always pass them on.
Indeed.
So you never really pay a huge amount more. But I think it's a fantastic model.
I completely agree. I would have, when the preview came out, I assumed he was going to be. He looked plastic to me.
Yeah. Okay. There are elements. I think there is a slightly different design approach. I think it has changed slightly. I think we can see elements of like the Dark Angels, where maybe they look a little bit more in line with the plastic stylings. Just little bits here and there.
The actual creation of the model, the sculpting technique, the digital sculpting technique, is what they must be using. As you say, must be similar. The variation must come purely in the manufacturing process. They have to make concessions to the manufacturing process.
What they can do with resin is they can add details they can't do in plastic because of the nature of the mouldings. So
I'd say that gap is closing.
Yeah, but the famous one is undercuts for things like Mark II were definitely not a possibility. Well, much harder to do. There are. I can see why people thought it was plastic. Warhammer community on Twitter, they quickly came out and said it was resin.
Did I missed that at the time?
There was a reply and it went round everywhere and a lot of people chose to ignore it. I heard a lot of people saying they say it's resin, but it's definitely plastic in a starter set.
Definitely.
Yeah. The problem is that then that whole thing got repeated again and again and again to the point where some people started to believe it as a rumour, where it wasn't a rumour, it was a wish list. Like, there's a big difference between the two, and I think people use the word rumour a lot of the time. It adds weight to a story when I've heard a rumour, which suggests that someone who knows something has let on. But actually, no, it was, I've seen a model and I think it's plastic. That's a big difference. And again, I've said it before, part of the problem with the community's reaction to some of these models is their own perceptions based on nothing going into it. And it's cool. If you think it looks like plastic, that's cool. And I'm not going to disagree with you to a certain amount of point. But to then come up with everything else around it, particularly for those people who have had a response from Games Workshop, have said it's resin. Like for all that people make out, they don't lie to us very often. They will say we can't tell you about it. They will say we heard no plans until something's officially released. We know those things happen, but when something's put out there, they tend to be fairly good.
I'm looking now again at and I hadn't given it the time of day. Interesting, it's temporarily out of stock.
Oh yeah,
clearly sold well. Hopefully, anyway, that is an indication of that. Albeit, I suspect their manufacturing capabilities are probably less than they would ideally like them to be. But looking at the model in resin in particular, and I happen to like the paint job on this one, even though I personally prefer the more metallic style Emperor's Children. This is painted in a matte scheme, but it does show off the model well, the matte scheme. But they're seeing it in the resin. It looks great.
Yeah, and I love the pose. I know some people don't like the way he's holding the sword. I think it's fantastic. There's, I mean, it is what it is. Some people.
I remember you saying at the time it was revealed. We happened to be on the same Zoom call, I believe. you were not a huge fan at the time it was revealed with the level of detail or the level of filigree and ornamentation what is a line captain. Where do you fall on that now?
Maybe I'm wrong. It's been a while since I've in-depth read like his descriptions. The whole point of Soltarvitz is he doesn't stand out. That's why there were bits in the books where it's like he will never.
I think that's accurate. He's low key for an Empress child,
but he is an Empress children. So there's a balance to be had there somewhere. Part of me, I think, if I was doing this, I might. The legs ornamentation is put on. Maybe I'd tone down one of his shoulder pads. At the end of the day, if you do transfers, you're not going to use the left shoulder pad anyway. I wouldn't have thought, because it would stand out. So if that was a regular shoulder pad with his Legion symbol on, and it was the head rather than the helmet, then that's quite a lot of difference. I don't know his arms. How are his arms? Yeah, it's all moulded onto his arms. Yeah, there's a lot of detail on there, but I think you're better off going over the top than underdoing it and having a character model that just looks like a regular.
I agree, and it gives you options. And used as well, you could take that and you say, right, I'm going to give that helmet to a Lord character or a Praetor like level model, and give a basic helmet back to this guy, or a basic head with a crest.
If you want to do it that way, you buy a Praetor, you buy Soltarvitz as a bits box.
Yeah, and mix and match between the two.
Whichever way you want to do it. So yeah, it's cool. I think it looks fantastic. Although I think the sword's a weird one, because I almost think the sword should be the other way round, just based on the way it is. But I think that's just my head. I think it's right. I haven't got a problem with it. I just think in my head it's like, why is his sword like that with that curve that way? But that's just me.
Tricky with these things as you look at them. On the one hand, you sort of think what works compositionally, and then what works from a suspension of disbelief.
And it's probably based on a real sword somewhere as well. So my lack of military knowledge of going, his sword looks a bit wrong, and it's like, actually they were used here and here, and da-da-da-da-da. And I know people have issues with the grip, saying it's unrealistic, but the grip was used historically. Whether you like the style of the pose or not is different from whether it's works or not, if you know what I mean.
I find it unlikely that someone who's sat there whose job it is to design these things and has got this kind of idea, I find it unlikely that they would go, I'm just going to make this thing up. It would be easier to go and actually research, even at a low level, to research historic swords or otherwise and take inspiration from that, rather than I'm just going to make this up because I've had this idea. That seems unlikely.
But also, they can just make stuff up because they've had an idea, because it's Warhammer 30,000.
Well, this is also true.
Full of space.
You've got the freedom to do it because
full of space magic.
It's space
genetically enhanced super warriors wearing ceramite armor powered by nuclear reactors that with guns that endlessly fire mass reactive shells but only carry 5 of them in a clip. Again, never go too deep into all this. But it's fantastic, and it was nice to have it as a Christmas Day release. I think it was nice to have it with a little bit of information in the build-up. Christmas Day release by itself. I want more Heresy content on Warhammer Community. That's going to be my little bang the drum, because I think we need it.
Sounds reasonable to me.
Well, it's good. But I must admit, I went on there Christmas Day. I didn't order it, but I did like the post on Warhammer Community.
I did the same, largely because I was listening, I think, to an episode and hearing your words were ringing in my ears at the time. So I thought, I'm going to do exactly that. Actually, I think you mentioned it on one of the social media outlets, and I thought that's a good idea, because I'd forgotten that you could even do that.
So had I, to be fair, and I might go back through some of the Heresy ones and re-like some stuff that I've read and enjoyed. I'm not the kind of, my missus hates the fact that on Facebook I don't like anyone's posts. In fact, she likes them for me when I'm on my phone. I'm like, no, unlike that, thank you very much. When I like,
I'll reveal my hand if I want to be.
When I like something on Facebook, it's because I really like it. Whereas
there's also, albeit it's a relatively low level, but it's heresy related. The breaking news as we're recording is that the latest Titanicus article has gone up. This month's Titanicus article for which are focusing specifically on the fire wasps of Legio Ignatum. And the best, well, probably the most relevant news for, other than covering that excellent Legion, is that they're going to be re-releasing the transfers in 2021.
Yeah, so go get them. Go invest. Go invest in Legio Ignatum transfers. Hopefully they'll do a big run on them.
I suspect they won't be alone. I suspect they'll probably, because they did, I think it was 4 Legios at the same time.
I would really hope they do. Specialist Games Department and their transfers saga is not been the best maintained, unfortunately. But yeah, cracking news. And I mean, this is for. You can use those on the other stuff as well. It doesn't work quite as well from the 28 scale down to there, but if you want little ones for other things you've got,
I think depending on how you look at it as well. I mean, they've got that sort of that lesser, that house that no one really plays, House Tyrannus, is also on that same sheet.
Yeah, there's kinds of bits. There's some really cool stuff. Down the bottom there, and checkers and things like that as well, and the honeycomb is quite cool. But you might find is if you do want one or two of these, there'll be a few more floating around that you can pick up second hand.
True.
Wonderful. That's kind of everything that's been going on the last month or so. This episode's out in we are in the future. It's 2021 now, Howard.
Obviously,
we talked to you and Stu about your journey through 2020 and the heresy. Obviously, you're moving house soon. New hobby setup. Loads of painting.
And what a time! And also, what a time to take stock as well. It's only when you have to move do you suddenly realise what you've been squirreling away or what you haven't got. If anything, I would take away from that. One of the major things I would take away from that is just it's amazing what a positive feeling you get from organising your things, organising your armies, organising them into armies rather than collections of models and individual little hobby projects or otherwise. Well, I know I've discussed this before. I think I mentioned it previously. I mean, one of the most enjoyable things I've done over the last year, over 2020, was working through a force. It was a couple of maniples of Titanicus Titans. Now, getting those ready into 2 forces that I could put on a table, so if people were, when we can have people in our houses again, or even go to events and otherwise, and be able to take 2 things and introduce people into the game, play games, ready-made games, so they don't have to have a force or otherwise made up. They were small forces. They're starter forces by any measure, but that was really enjoyable, and I would highly encourage, and that's what I will be continuing in 2021. My focus is going to be to get a 1,500 point starter Blood Angel force done straight away, and we'll then try and organise into there. As I said before on the previous show, I'm keen to have more smaller forces rather than one endlessly adding to force. I think that is going to give me more variety, and that's going to give me the ability to do more by hosting games, introducing people into the game. That means I'm playing more games, which means more fun and more variety in what I'm painting, rather than applying the same principle to the same printing recipe or otherwise to yet another variation on the similar thing. That's what I'm looking forward to doing. I'm really excited by it. I'm really excited by what we've got ahead of us, actually. The thought of building squads of Marines again in a hobby setup, but it certainly forces the mind when you move house that you have to organise yourself.
I will say that selling stuff can also be a really good feeling that you know you're not going to get around to. I mean, I'm looking at my shelf and I've got some board games. I used to play more board games than I do, and I've got a couple up there who there's one there that Mint will sell for 150 quid. Mine's not Mint. It was bought for 40 quid a few years ago. But I'm like, well, I'm never going to play that again. It's amongst lots of others. There's ones up there that sell for similar that I'm definitely not going to sell. But yeah, pass that on, and then next time I buy a model, I don't feel bad about it. I've made that money back. So yeah, let's look at 2021 then. What are your hopes and dreams? A couple of expectations from Heresy, and then a couple of hopes.
We're into an interesting place now, as I would argue that the roadmap ahead of us, it's one of the games that doesn't have a roadmap set out for it in the way that some of the other Games Workshop games do, and I mean they're both the main studio games and the Forge World Studio, Specialist Studio, whatever brand it happens to come under, or any game comes under. I'd say the roadmap for others is perhaps clearer. We will have another Black Book in the future, but it's going to be a ways off, that's for sure. Everyone's going to say it. I would love there to be a starter set. A start collecting set. That's the obvious thing. And I'm talking from a position of someone I'm here looking at. There's boxes of Betrayal at Calth sat there. I've got Marines I've collected over the years. I took the decision this year to take all, what should we call them? Firstborn Marines, Standard Marines, Historic Marines. I'm taking all of those, and those will now be Heresy. I will convert them in some way or another to make them Heresy. That to me is almost the Heresy scale. And then everything that I will use in 40k will be of the newer Primaris. Therefore, I've got Marines plenty, but that's still something I would like. Knowing that there's a set. And it's a well repeated thing. And I would find it's hard to believe that those who are making those decisions wouldn't respond to that, given what we've seen with their other range of games, that they would have something. They've got some sort of starter, call it a start collecting set or something like that. I would have assumed maybe it's not something with the rules embedded in it. I would have thought something more akin to a start collecting set would seem to make sense.
I think a start collecting set would work really well, actually. Starter sets are great, but I think the way that Heresy works, you could get away with just to start collecting Legions of Astartes.
Yes.
Would actually work really well for a lot of people. I know we'll talk to people later on who may have these kind of ideas. I know a lot of people are talking about like the community needs to drive forwards, needs to do a lot to take ownership, and we don't need Games Workshop's support to keep this game going and whatever. I think it makes it a lot harder if you haven't. I think the biggest factor of that is something like when we look at the Ninth Age, which was people who didn't want Age of Sigmar, wanted Ninth Edition Warhammer. They made their own game. And
I've also seen that. I would say we've seen that similar. I wholeheartedly agree with that, because I think you get some fantastic projects come out of that kind of work. But there are other games that have gone down that route. I'm looking here at Battlefleet Gothic.
Hold on.
I followed that very closely. So I think there are other.
Howard, you've gone down a different road there. I think they've all got issues.
I agree.
I agree. The problem with Ninth Age, and I don't know how well it's played now, but I used to see it pop up on my feeds, was but they did a few things. They changed the rules too often at the start, and they fixed all that, and cool, fair enough. Lots of people were playing it, but all those people that were playing it were people I know who played Warhammer, and very, very few of them were new to the game, because eventually they did get books on shelves, but they didn't have their own model range, and they didn't have people playing it, and it standing obvious on a shelf somewhere for someone to say, what's that game? And that, although you can bring people into games like this, it's hard work. Games Workshop should be doing more to promote Heresy. I think Warhammer Community is the best kind of avenue for that, and I think a start collecting Legiones Astartes, which someone can pick up and have an equivalent of a small Centurion force ready to go, would be a huge boost.
I think one of the challenges they've got, and I just get this feeling that there's a conversation being had. I've got no sense of whether this is true. How would I? But I've got a suspicion that someone is saying, if they promote Space Marines that aren't of the new design style, the newly scaled new design style, they refer to them as Primaris, that's going to be a problem. It's going to confuse the consumer. Now, I don't think it would. I think you could. I mean, in the same way that other game lines promote promote a range of models from different time periods. early war, mid-war, late war of various different conflicts that people have done. You could do the same here. We've got completely different time periods, so they could be marketed as such, and they are different. However, someone walking into a Games Workshop with no knowledge of the game whatsoever sees the word Space Marine, and there's two different varieties in products. I could see someone saying this is too confusing, as opposed to seeing like something like a Necromunda, which is a completely different brand, marketing, etc., or even Titanicus, or something where the model scale and what you're actually offering, giant robots, planes, gangers less so, but they are sort of dramatically different.
Yeah.
I could see there being a problem where marketing a heresy starter set and then you go, oh, it's a start collecting set or a combat patrol. You wouldn't call it that, obviously, because it would have the same problem. But it's a similar idea, a similar size product. Someone says, oh, can I use this in 40k? Yeah, kind of, but only for a limited period of time, maybe. There's a number of conversations that confuses the product line. I could see that with someone who's taking a purely marketing type of view to the whole thing, a product marketing point of view, which is a sensible business conversation that I'm sure they're going to be having, or I would assume they're having, which is a shame because I think that's going to prevent it. I would have thought you've got the Mark IV and the Mark III plastic kits. You got the frames there, you could churn those out. But I really don't think we're going to see new plastic models released by Games Workshop Design Studio.
But I don't think they have to. I think if you had, it would be nice to have a box in Games Workshops. There are issues with that. I agree. However, even if it was just on the Forge World's Horus Heresy site, where there was are you new to Horus Heresy? This is a great place to start. Here's a bundle of figures which will give you the basis of a Legionis Astartes force.
Agree.
Would be, how many times do you see, I don't know what to buy. I want to get into 30k. What books do I need? Is always one of the first questions. And what units should I get? And if you could turn around and package 20 Marines, some Terminators, a Dreadnought together in a start collecting box and a couple of characters and go, there you go, that is a good, well-rounded starter force for any Legion.
I would have thought, I'm just looking here on the Games Workshop website. If they go down that route, I suspect we would suddenly see Horus Heresy appear under the boxed games heading. Alongside Titanicus, Imperialis, Necromunda, etc.
Yeah, it would appear. It could appear. Maybe should appear there.
But then I suppose, how does that compare with Necromunda? Is the most interesting kind of comparison, I think, in that world, because that's another product that is clearly the development of that is split between Forge World and the design studio.
No, it's not. It's designed by the Specialist Games.
The
retailing is.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
the game is designed and the models are designed by Forge World.
Just need to be by Specialist Games Studio.
Indeed. Which is under the Forge World banner? He says, question mark?
I'm not 100% sure. No one's explained it to me properly. It's sold via the Forge World website, but I believe that Forge World is now the Specialist Games Design Studio. But it's a bit confusing. I wish they'd come out and just say, look, maybe they'll do it when they move into their new building. We've restructured. This is what we have, because even now I see confusion as well with when they release resin models for Titanicus or for Necromunda, particularly for Necromunda and some of the other games. It's like, oh, is this the Forge World model?
This is why I'm confused at. I'm just looking here on the Games Workshop website, gamesworkshop.com, box games, Necromunda.
Yeah.
If you go to the All Necromunda filter, 46 items. Forge World, you can go to boxed games, Necromunda, All Necromunda, 53 items. This is presumably that's including their resin. The resin character.
And I think that's why they keep that Forge World thing. Basically, it means it's in resin, but it does cause some confusion for some people at times. Understandably,
but it is interesting, isn't it, that it's then the range therefore is split between the two. You've kind of got the plastic and rule books, and there are terrain kits, terrain gangs, kits, and rule books are available on GamesWorkshop.com. All of that plus resin is available on the Forge World.
And then part of the reason for that is resin's not a beginner's medium.
Yeah, fair enough.
In terms of not only skill to use it, but also it's resin dust is not something they want to be turning around to parents saying, "Oh yeah, we'll sell you this kit, and also your 8-year-old also needs a dust mask while he uses it."
It is potentially toxic. What?
That's not cool. So and that's why they're kept so separate. But and Heresy would sit in a slightly weirder place there because we get less plastic. But maybe they could increase the plastic.
You see, that's weird. Okay, that's doubly weird. Titanicus is the other way around. Titanicus, 22 items on the Forge World website in the entirety of the range, but it's only the resin material. Whereas Titanicus is rule books, plastic kits, starter sets, everything, cards, frames.
Again,
transfers.
That might be based. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, Games Workshop's websites have quite often been a little bit confusing. It is what it is. But yeah, I think if you had even if it was just on Forge World under Horus Heresy, a start collecting set, it would just help. And I don't. Some people do ask for the world. Fair enough. You don't ask, you don't get. But I don't think most of us really expect huge outlay of something from Forge World or Games Workshop or Specialist Games, whatever you want to call it. But just to have some basics, I don't think is too much of a big ask.
It seems like a straightforward thing to do. On a similar vein, I'm astounded that they have not released with the release of the recent compendium. It's not strictly speaking Heresy news, but the release of the compendium of Forge World rules, and that they didn't have rules in that for using Heresy Mechanicum units.
Well,
that seems astounding to me. They've done it with custodians.
Yeah, there are. There could be reasons for that. We know that Pfizer Syraxis was supposed to bring in Mechanicum units.
Yes.
Pfizer Syraxis was, just a little bit of background, it was written by Andy Hoare basically on his lunch break, and it was almost ready to go when 8th edition dropped, and it was written for 7th edition, so it didn't work. And and not only did the rules not work, but the background was set in a time period which was no longer
exist, or is contradictory, or
well, they didn't want to drag away from the current timeline moving forwards. So my hope is that there is at some point a book that brings Mechanicum units forwards.
Yes, it just seems in a similar vein to a Heresy start collecting type set, starter set, whichever flavour that takes. That seems a relatively low time, a relatively small time investment for what would generate, I would assume. Okay, I promise these level of assumptions, but I would assume that would. And it's been a long time.
So the 40k rules team were given control of essentially resin models rules. That was taken over from Forge World just over a year ago. So, 2 years ago, because it was a few months before. Yeah, it was a couple of months before the start of the year, before the last fest that I went to, Warhammer Fest. So it's 2 years. However, these teams work so far in advance that maybe it's just in the pipeline.
Yeah, entirely.
And particularly with the year we've had, where everything's slowed down, that we end up with this weird kind of where is it? It could still be coming, and that's something to hope and wish for.
It feels like I'm sort of picking on projects that would seem the most obvious to do without having all the information. And based on that, he says, with that easy caveat, I would have assumed those were the two projects I would have thought that would be the easiest thing to bring about. A start collecting set for Heresy and a book of some variety that allows 30 units. Horus Heresy
and
mechanical
maybe
units to be used in a wider setting.
And maybe one of the first things they did once they updated the rules for 40k units, for normal 40k units, was to say, okay, next thing we're going to do is the Mechanicum. When's our next available slot to release it? Because they're chocker.
Yeah.
So, there's so much that goes into every aspect of them trying to work these things out. But yeah, I think a start collecting set would work really well.
That's the main thing. Other than that, individual units, I'm still quite enjoying. I do like it when they just bring out the odd vehicle, or that seems to be the most likely units. The unusual infantry units or variant infantry units seems unlikely. We've got things like the Hussars and a couple of other things I think from Crusader are coming that are Legion wide, but it's the odd, unexpected vehicle. I find those quite exciting. The Bombard and
I think they
the Sabre tank and things like that. I think would be quite cool. We've got no idea that they're coming, and suddenly, bang! Here's something you couldn't have predicted.
I think they have to. I think we're at a point now. Yeah, there are units that they've talked about that are yet to come. There's a decent amount of them, but if you play, I don't know, say you play Space Wars, what are you waiting for? Okay, we got the Hussars and the jet bikes that were announced in the last book, but there's not a huge amount out there that your specific Legion doesn't that there are rules for but don't have units. There's a few notable ones as well, and that's fair enough. But maybe it's an interesting one as well to see if we keep with the style of releases that they've, like the program of releases that they've had as well. Lots of people are talking about the need to move away from black books towards something else. I don't necessarily agree with that. However, if they keep with the black book every year to year and a half, which is, it hasn't been much more than that ever, then we want more content coming out between, and they can release those online, and we can have the black book. It's not going to stop. If I've got all the units that were released with their rules, experimental rules, it's not going to stop me buying a black book when it comes out. And for most people, it won't. So we want to see a movement there. So we have regular updates without the need for a big change to the way that Heresies worked.
And I mean, there's still something absolutely wonderful about the black book as an item there, and it's an interesting alternate release model to the other games. I mean, you look at Necromunda or any of the other box games that they're doing under the Specialist brand. Titanicus being a good one for that, and these regular books are good, but then they're obviously not the heavyweight black book, no. Literally and metaphorically.
Yeah, and
the heavyweight nature and the depth that you can go into with that, it's inevitably a bigger project, so it takes multiple years to develop the things. But
got 6 Adeptus Titanicus books, I think, and the background in those books covers a wider area, but I think is less quantity than one single black book.
There's certainly less on individual factions. Yeah. No faction is explored the depth that even a Legio, let alone a Legion, but a Titan Legio is explored in more depth in a black book than probably across all of those in terms of column inches. There's less in those.
There's a definite pro and cons to that style of release. And it is what it is at the end of the day. However they decide to move forwards, I'm not going to jump ship on it or anything. But I think they can move forwards and keep. Heresy is a very different beast from every other game they do. And not in a special way or anything like that. It just works differently. You've got, as you say, Marines that are out of date. Essentially, we're using old models, in a weird way, if you want to look at it like that. But you've also got Yeah, I mean, they could, I suppose. They could just go to a 4-book release. I just don't think, maybe a Necromunda-style release schedule, but I don't think they've employed the authors, the writers, to do that. Maybe they...
No, I don't think they would be adopting that yet, and I think it's such a departure. I think it's an interesting point you make. It's a departure from the model that they've done to date. There's nothing to stop them doing that and going down a different a release model closer to that of the other specialist games. But Heresy's got its own thing. It works. It's clearly worked well. You sort of think, is there an avenue? We're kind of exploring here. Are there avenues to have releases in between there? Because the downside of these incredibly rich, heavy books being released on because of the amount of work they inevitably require, and just throwing more people at it would absolutely not improve the speed at which they could release those. So you need to, therefore, we're looking for something that keeps the momentum going between those heavy releases, of which Necromunda and Titanicus and others solve by having much smaller but more frequent releases. Fine. Is there something other form of support? Because I'm thinking here about the errata or experimental rules or similar that come along. You sort of think, is there something there? Is it even White Dwarf? Is that the way to, or something like that, where you release almost a game mode or something like that? I'm aware of other games outside of Games Workshop that do things like that, where the Song of Ice and Fire game is quite good for that. It releases a whole new game mode, new mission types, or just refreshes the rules. I'm thinking something like that, where you have an experimental rules. So I think when Destroyers, for example, were tweaked and that was put out there, kind of refreshes things along the way. But there's clearly time they have to invest in that, and those have no sale value.
One thing that makes me think they might be continuing in the manner they have done is it was shared round when Anuj left, but he's got a LinkedIn profile, and one of the things he'd written on there was an unnamed project for 2021, and singular. And I would think that would be, my assumption, and it very much is an assumption, is that's the next Black Book, and that's the Dark Mechanicum stuff and all that they've already started working on, even before they finish this one, let alone the time they finished this one and before it came out. So, who knows? It is what it is, but hopefully we can. To be honest, I'm not like majorly concerned if we have a kind of release schedule. I think we were kind of used to. I went through actually and looked at kind of how many releases we'd had for Heresy this year, and it was on a par with plenty of the other specialist games. In fact, if you look at Adeptus Titanicus, which people kind of say, we don't get as many releases as that, we've had way more releases than Adeptus Titanicus. The problem is, in Adeptus Titanicus, apart from the Psi Titan, everyone can use everything. But since Adeptus Titanicus was released, we've had the 4 Titans, most of the Knights, fair enough, the Psi Titan extra sprues, and then extra weapons. But that's been 2 and a bit years. Whereas if you look at the last year for Heresy, we've had the Lion, the Companions, Interemptors, Cenobium, Arquitus, Saber, Dawnbreaker Cohort, Dark Angels, Contemptor, Dark Angels Praetor, White Scars, Speeder, the Demon Brutes, Angel Tears, and then like the Deredeo weapons, and a few other weapons packs, and what's his name, Sultavitz. So, are you that far off? Blood Bowl in the last year has had Necromantic team, Snotling team, 2 multi-kits for mixed teams, which are already made. Made to order Chaos Dwarfs, Lizardmen, Ogres, Treemen, Gloriel, and Azote. And some of those are in plastic, which is a whole different thing as well. So I don't think we're like, when people say, we're falling behind and this kind of thing, I don't think we are. I think we are, Necromunda sells a shed load. And therefore I think they probably do have more releases, but that's kind of understandable. But
I think some of that, the idea of falling behind, I think it's coming from a position, I'm thinking here probably 4 years ago, 5, maybe 6 years ago, maybe it's not that far off away. It wasn't that long. I remember being in a Weekender I'm putting the question. I forget if it was a Black Library weekend or a Heresy weekend, but I asked the question in one of those sessions. Do you think, I said to the panel, that the Horus Heresy, given its sort of meteoric popularity, will overtake or sit alongside the core games of Age of Sigmar and Warhammer 40,000? That was the level of popularity I was seeing, but however, that was likely to be skewed simply because I was surrounded and seeking out those platforms, podcasts, social media groups, hearing games clubs, etc. I was hearing people who were already interested in it, but actually probably in a raw popularity point of view, those games I'm sure outstripped it. My point being, it was a fairly easy leap, reasonable leap to almost try and see the Heresy as a core game, as one of their core games. You would not see Necromunda, Titanicus, or similar Blood Bowl even, and yet something like Blood Bowl, their events are bigger than Age of Sigmar or 40k events by a distance. So you sort of think, are these games? We're not falling behind, but compared to where we might have perceived, perhaps incorrectly, where the Heresy was several years ago, it feels like it's not got the same momentum. But I would say that's not true, as you say. When you actually think about it, that's not true.
Releases for Heresy have slowed down because they're not ploughing out models that can be used for every force all the time, like they were. Some people look back 6 years and they're like, "Oh, we're not as quick as we were. We're not quick as we were back then." Well, no, because we didn't have all the Land Raiders, all the Dreadnought types, all the basic units that you need for every. They had to put those things out, plus Mechanicum, plus all these other things that they were working towards to try and create a game. I don't think you're wrong in when you were. Talking about, does it become their core game? They listed it as a core game in one of their business documents. I think the times changed, in particularly with the nature of the changing of 8th edition 40k. Things have changed a lot, and these other games have come up. Back 6 years ago, they weren't making Blood Bowl. They weren't making any of these games. Now they're there. It's not like they're going to have 4 core game systems, which was effectively what they were talking about. Now they've got 2 core game systems and lots of other games they make. And it doesn't make Middle-earth. You talk about Blood Bowl events being huge. Like Middle-earth have regular big events. But people just seem to forget that. They always did, even when nothing was going on. Right? A big community. And there's no reason why we can't be anything like that. You need to... People do need to stop looking back to the glory days as the glory days. That was Games Workshop doing what they had to do then. Times have changed. We're settling down into a different style of release, which has been consistent, especially when you consider it next to, as I say, Blood Bowl and Lord of the Rings, probably, actually. We don't get... The books is the only thing different. If we got the same amount of books as they did, then I think people would consider us, on par. But because our book schedule's different, they look at everything, it's been terrible. It's like, well, actually, we've had quite a few models this year. Bearing in mind we've been in COVID. We've done pretty well in a year and a bit to have all those different models. And what we're seeing again is things like the Arquiter, where they've started to play around with the rules. So they're not, it's not like they're just churning the same stuff out. I think there's a lot to be. I'm positive at the end of the day. I think looking forwards, there's a lot to go on, and that's and cool. If you want to bring in all that third party content, fantastic. There's loads out there as well. But it doesn't feel like we're being run by third-party content. Games Workshop are doing, the team that work on this are doing some good stuff. Bearing in mind, there's been so much going on. They're working in a space that isn't big enough for them, for starters. They've rearranged the teams, and I don't want to go over and over stuff, but we have a different writing team than we used to have, and that is what it is. And I don't, it took adjustment, but we just have to move on. There there were issues with book 1, book 2. You know, I remember talking to Alan Bly, and I'm like, Cerberus rules, dude. Like, you know, and he's like, play better, because that was his attitude. Because he was like, it's a narrative game. You know, cool. And he liked the Cerberus. That's why it never got good rules for the first, you know, however many reviews that they went through. It was terrible. It was absolutely terrible. The Typhoon was all over the place. When you look at book 9 and you're like, well, this rule's a bit silly. Well, go and ask someone who was playing around book 3, 4. And a Typhoon was on every table because it was like 50 points cheaper than it is now, and the other stuff was more expensive than it is now. Like, it was like, literally, it was like, well, you're going to see one of them at least. You know, all those kind of things. They've always been there. Like, you know, no game's ever perfect.
No. It's interesting to see how it evolves, and that's where I think the community aspect of it becomes quite interesting, particularly when you look at other games as well. You don't necessarily rely on them, but they become interesting, flavoursome add-ons. Campaigns particularly suit that very well. Variations on units and similar, some of those become that, and it seems to be doing quite well in that it doesn't appear to be fragmenting from observing it. It doesn't appear to be fragmenting it like some of the others. That's why I mentioned the sort of Battlefleet Gothic example before. There was one forum really where a lot of very active people were involved, and you saw people trying to consolidate or update the rules, release them as a single document because they had previously been spread across different FAQs and things, and it had a tendency to fracture the community, or slightly fracture the community, where some people wanted to play the game in one particular way. There was space for all of that, but it somehow felt diminished because you almost had to have that conversation beforehand. Which version of this game are we going to play? And that feels like that hasn't happened with Heresy. Heresy is still a core game. You may add on a few versions, or you may play a variation of the game, which are largely still official, he uses in inverted commas, but there's still a core to it that is very, very strong. You don't see people going out, well, I'm going to play this version of the game and I'm going to tweak the rules to be completely different. It just doesn't seem to occur.
There's a solid or 8th edition Heresy community, small but committed. I think they moved on to 9th now. But yeah, you're right. If you go and play a Wild West or an Ancients game, then people will turn up with 15 different rule sets, and that's slightly different, obviously. But we have a rule set. Maybe we get a new edition at some point soon, or maybe a bit further away. It'll be interesting to see how the reactions are to that. We've got an FAQ. I'd be interested to know the reasons why we haven't had a release of an FAQ, because my belief is there's something that's stopping it coming out. Like, there doesn't seem to be much reason why we haven't had one. So there has to be a specific reason as to why we haven't had one. So I'm half expecting something to trigger that, but what that is, hopes and desires and all those kind of things, who knows? But yeah, it's going to be interesting.
It is. I would have thought we're likely to see, and obviously the impact of teams having to work remotely will be interesting, and presumably just be a slowdown rather than actually affecting a release and say, well, we're not going to do that now. That seems unlikely. It would be most likely just be a slowdown. I think their announcement, Games Workshop generally announcing that they're going to slow down the releases, speaking to retailers up to now and otherwise, I think they're going to be quite happy about that, frankly. I think it will suit them. The relentless pace at which Games Workshop were releasing, particularly if you played multiple game systems, was formidable. And it was one that almost left you with an element of fatigue. I think slowing that down to some degree to ensure an even spread of releases won't be lamented by too many people. I think it's fine, and I think it was good that they let people know about that rather than just, well, we're just going to release things differently and not tell anyone about it. I thought that was perfectly reasonable. What they do for Heresy, I think, will be a very interesting year ahead. And you sort of feel like there's going to be something, but I think that's more my optimism than anything else.
Yeah, I think that. You've got to be very careful to temper your hopes,
exactly.
Because again, as I say, if you put too much weight into them and they don't come true, it becomes resentment. But it's interesting you say, one thing 2020 has taught us is that if we have to stay in our houses and the releases slow down, we will definitely paint all of our models. Oh no, it turns out that was never the problem. The people who paint all their models still painted all their models, and the people who don't. And I'm one of those second people. So
I feel personally attacked.
It's almost like we look for other things to do. But hey, it's all good, right? Well, I think we've waffled on plenty there. Here's to a 2021 that's hopefully at some point full of gaming and playing with our newly painted toys.
And I cannot wait. As I'm sure all of us can. That first session when they announce that events open up again, the first event, or frankly, the first time they open Warhammer World, we will be running up there.
How many events are there going to be that kind of like that month after the first time we're really allowed to go for it? There's going to be like 4 or 5 different events going on around the country. It feels like, even like if it's little 20-man events, it's like, yeah, we can do events again. And that sounds cool. Awesome. All right then, mate.
Good to speak to you, man.
Cheers. Just before we head off into the second part of the show, I should probably tell you what's coming because it's a bit of a mixed bag. So first off, we've got Andrew, who is part of the team that helps out at Adepticon, and he talks all about Adepticon and the recent decision they've had to make and what it means, and Adepticon in general. And then we jump into our little look a little bit back and a little bit forwards, and a lot of rambling around different things that have happened. We start with JP and Darren from the Age of Darkness podcast. Then we move on to Andrew Hollis of Oz 30k fame before bringing on Chris and Graham Mills from the Edge of Empire podcast, and then finishing off with David from the 30k channel, where he talks about his recent news he's put out there. So I hope you enjoy. It's a bit of a longer episode, and I hope that's cool. So everyone will have heard the official news now that Adepticon is not happening in 2021. But we've got Andrew on, who has a little bit more info, background. So Andrew, welcome.
Thank you. How you doing?
Yeah, good. You?
Good. Thank you.
Excellent. So what is your relationship to Adepticon? Why should we listen to you?
Yeah, why should anyone listen to me? So I've been on the Adepticon staff for 4 years now, and my role has been largely supporting the hobby side. So anyone who's been to Adepticon knows that we have the hobby seminars and then the hobby lounge, which really took off in the last few years, which is a little area where people can gather and paint some models, do all those last-minute touch-ups on their models, repairs, that sort of thing. Or even just sit and paint with people that you don't get to see for a year at a time, and that's cool. So my role is usually being part of that, managing that area, and I'm one of the coordinators of the classes, making sure the teachers have what they need and that the students go to the right classroom, that sort of thing. And I got into that because my good friend Damon Drescher, who is the Adepticon hobby czar, who spends all year, planning the classes, which teachers are going to be in, how many classes they get, how many students, all of that. He does that all year. And then when he gets to the con, he basically runs around for 5 days putting out fires. And I saw him running around frantically in the one particular Adepticon. I thought, it's not fair that he's doing all this and he needs some help. And me and my friends, or his friends, basically were like, okay, let's be the supporting cast so this guy can at least have some fun during Adepticon. And ever since, it's just been something we've done, and we spend probably 50% of the con behind a desk working, but we all enjoy it, and we like to give back. The other thing I do is I'm part of the team that paints all of the terrain for the 40k and not so much the Heresy, but mostly the 40k events and Warhammer events. So basically, every year, Games Workshop very, very generously sends tons and tons and tons of terrain to Adepticon, and it's usually pre-release stuff. So, for example, this year they sent us what was the name of the last Necromunda box set with the Zone Mortalis terrain?
Oh, yeah, I can't remember.
I forgot what it is. Yeah, I'm like you. Let's not be classic full stride and look it up on the internet on air. But they sent us probably, I think, 70 of those boxes, which each one of those boxes was $300. I don't know what they charge for it in the UK, probably a couple £100. But that was not an insignificant investment, and that was for one game system, so that we would have Necromunda terrain for the con. And obviously, when you have that much terrain, it takes a lot of time to paint it. So once a year, we get together. Hank, who runs Adepticon overall, flies us all to his home in Peoria in Illinois, in the middle of the country in the depths of winter, and we sit in his garage, a team of about 12 people, and we crank out hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pieces of terrain over the course of a long weekend. So that's my other contribution. But yeah, between those two things, that's basically my role at Adepticon. But it's a big staff. There's a couple of hundred people who have various roles, and this is my little cog in the machine role. But we're all, we all work all year on this, and we're as disappointed as anybody when it gets cancelled, especially 2 years in a row.
Yeah, it's a bit of a kick for us, like, who haven't invested time and blood and sweat and tears into it.
Yeah.
It's crazy. So on that note, first off, thanks for you and all the other guys who do a lot of that work that doesn't really get seen. Like, it gets seen, but the work that's involved doesn't get seen at all.
Right.
Yeah, it's quite funny how people can forget or just not consider how many people are involved in something that large. Even a smaller event, 100-person event, things need to be done for it to work. And there's lots of opportunities for people to help out as well. So if you are interested, if you are curious, talk to event organisers and see what you can do, because chances are there are one or two jobs that you can do.
There's always something else that needs doing. Certainly at Adepticon, it never, ever stops.
Indeed.
And, it has this year, unfortunately. But once you're there, it does not stop. We're there all week as a staff. We usually show up on the Tuesday or the Wednesday before. Con officially starts on a Thursday now. Actually, Wednesday night these days. And then Teardown is on Sunday, and most of us fly out on Monday morning. Depending on whether we have work that week or what have you. So it's, when you're giving up a week of your holidays, which, I grew up in the UK. I've lived in the US for 20 years now. Holidays are hard to come by in the United States of America. Most employers here are very, very cheap with their vacation days. So if you're blowing a week of your vacation to go and play Mandalies with your mates, or in the case of the staff, to help other people play with Mandalies with their mates, it's kind of a hard sell for your family, when they'd rather spend that week in Hawaii or something.
Big commitment. I remember my first Adepticon was one of the first nights everyone turned up. We were in the Warhammer Hall, and a guy who runs an accounting firm over here and a guy who runs a shop or something over there were discussing the finer points of running a business between the UK and America. Yeah. And all the UK guy was going, I wish I could do that. I wish I could do that. I suspect if you got some people who work for those people, the story might not necessarily be that way round. But that's just cultural differences, shall we say?
Yes. Yeah. Let's put it that way.
It's all good.
Yeah. So it's a lot of effort. And we love it. I mean, we wouldn't do it if we didn't love it. And all of us are just... Adepticon has grown over the years from, 100-person event to being the last one, which I couldn't attend for family reasons. That was 7,000. And we were expecting this year, so 2020, to be bigger than that. And then 2021, whether the growth would keep going, we don't know. And we're at the point now where I don't know if you ever went to the hotel. The first Adepticon I went to was at the hotel before this one.
Yep, that was my first Adepticon. I was at the last year at that hotel.
Yeah.
I think.
So, I mean, you remember how cramped that was. And, we had events in hallways and we had classes in hotel suites. And it's crazy. And
I think Brandon, I can't remember his name now. Brandon, the guy who does all the crazy display, his armies always win best in show.
Team. Yeah.
He always tried to get a top floor room because you could actually get in the elevator at the top floor.
Yeah.
Because as soon as it went down the floor, people couldn't get in it. Yeah, it was pretty packed.
Completely round. Yeah. Well, we're getting to that point now with the new hotel, which is significantly bigger. I mean, it's a hotel and the convention center, and we're at the point where we're like, oh, well, maybe we need to strategize where we go next. And the problem is that the next size up of event hall is sort of for 25,000 people, not 10,000 people.
Sure. Yeah.
So that's a problem for future us. So who knows how big the next one will be? I don't know if we'll lose attendance because we haven't run it for a couple of years, or if it will be the biggest because people are itching to get back to Adepticon. I know I am, and my friends are, the staff are, and it's nobody is happy with how things have turned out. That's for sure.
It's definitely the second one.
I think so.
I've talked to a number of people over here who were looking at going this year for their first time, and basically, I've been talking to a number of people who, and me myself included. I mean, I'm taking my money that I was going to go to the one on the East Coast. Nova. Yeah, Nova. I booked Nova, and I was, circumstances this year meant I couldn't have come to Adepticon really anyway.
Right.
Nova was going to be my one, and I've taken my money from that because when I thought Adepticon was still happening, I was missing Adepticon, and it was like, I'm sure Nova's great. Don't get me wrong, but I've never been. And I know my friends are at Adepticon. So, it's a big one. So my money's going into a bank account and sitting ready for buying tickets next year. And a number of other people are doing the same. They're taking that money, putting it aside.
Yep. Yeah, and I think the con is basically doing the same thing, whereas, we like I said, we a team of 12, and that team, I'm not part of this group, but in that team, I think there are more golden demons and more crystal brushes amongst those 12 people than there are people.
Yeah.
So this is a really, really good team of painters. I have neither a golden demon nor a crystal brush, so I'm definitely not reaching those dizzy heights. But these are guys who've done this, and we painted all that stuff in a very cold garage in January in Illinois, which, one year we were there, and it was like 20 Fahrenheit or 6 Fahrenheit or something. And I'm from the northeast of England originally. I don't mind the cold, but that was cold. So we took care of that. And now, Games Workshop has not stopped supporting the con. So we're getting a new batch of terrain, and it's not like it just disappears. It goes into a storage unit, and we are definitely using this time to focus on, okay, what could we do better? What could we build that, because there's always a certain level of degradation, right? So sometimes when we're painting new terrain, it's to replace the oldest terrain because it's just too degraded to use. And you're constantly behind because the con gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and you need more and more tables, and therefore more and more terrain. So sometimes the stuff that you really should be retiring because it's 5 years old and the scale's wrong and it's all chipped and the paint job is not something you're happy with, you have to throw it into service because you just need to pack that many tables. But now we've had a couple of years of, okay, we haven't had that happen, and we can use this time to take a breath, figure out what we want to do next. How do we rejig the classes that make more sense? Things like that. So we are using the time, but all of us would much rather be using the time to actually go to the con and see people having fun. We did have an internal discussion as a group. We have a Facebook group for all the Adepticon staff. And when the outbreak was really starting to take off in the US. That was in January, February. That's when a lot of stuff's already done by then, honestly. Like the last minute things happen in the week before because they can only happen once we have access to the site. But a lot of the other stuff, like painting all of these models and everything and painting all the terrain, all of that was already done, and we were good to go. And it was painful to have done all of that work for a year and sometimes longer than a year. Like I know that Damon, when he's planning the classes, he plans them with teachers 2-3 years out sometimes, because those guys need to know, like if they're flying in from Spain or the UK or whatever, then they've got to book that quite far in advance, right? So, because they're running businesses often, and they need to know where they're going to be 2 years ahead of time. So the cancellation, when it came, we were all internally saying, should we do this? And, my background, I've said this before, I'm sure, but, I'm an immunologist and I make vaccines for a living. And I could sort of see where this was going, and I was like, I don't think we should be hosting this event in late March, because if this goes the way I think it's going to go, we're going to be a super spreader event. And first of all, do we want to do that to the community? And then second of all, just if we were being completely ruthless and didn't care about anything but how the con looked, it would be a PR nightmare to host this event, and our hobby being front and center as this, totally irresponsible thing that we did to play with toy soldiers and then spread, because people go all over the world from Adepticon, right? You've got thousands of people in close confines. Everybody gets con crud, right? Imagine this year's con crud. It would have been just a nightmare, and people are going back to their families and parents and jobs, and we knew we couldn't do it. And then the state of Illinois made all of those discussions moot by saying, no, events over 20 or whatever it was can't happen. And we just thought, it's out of our hands now, and we just have to do as much damage control as we can and try and get people their money back if they want it, or give them the opportunity to put it towards next year's con if they want to, or whatever. And we really had to work very hard to make that happen, because it's not like any con or any event has tons of cash sitting in the bank to refund vendors and things like that, where, it was a big deal. And the management, and I was not party to any of this, I just heard on the grapevine, the management had to make some tough calls about how to handle that. And we didn't want our attendees to be out of pocket and not have a con, especially when we were looking down the barrel of a global crisis when people might lose jobs or whatever. And suddenly your Adepticon budget is what pays the rent in June or whatever. And, it was a really momentous thing that had real world consequences for a lot of people. And we had to be very careful about how we handled that, because we just wanted our attendees to be safe and happy and get their money back if they needed it. So that's what we tried to do. And I will say this, the vast majority of attendees were 100% supportive and were like, it's the right thing. We get it. We're really sad. We're looking forward to next year. And a significant number of them actually, instead of putting their money towards next year's ticket, they actually donated it to the con to keep the lights on for us as well, because we'd spent a year's budget and then we had none of the income coming in. Yeah. And that was a big deal for us as well. And, and again, I didn't see any of that, but that's what I heard. And those attendees that did that was a step above and beyond, and it was not unappreciated by the team. And that's the kind of thing that allows us to be planning for next year, or, 2 years out now. So, generally the community really rallied, and everybody knew what had to happen and didn't really give us a hard time. There's always a few people who are upset, but it's understandable too, right? Yeah. We get it.
I suppose there is an element of our community which, particularly when you're traveling to cons, even traveling within America to cons. If you can afford to do that, not everyone fits into this. It's a big generalisation, but I know coming from the UK, it's not cheap to go over there. It doesn't have to be expensive, but it's not cheap. So, donating a bit of money towards a con, I gave Nova a bit of a chunk of my money there as well, because we're lucky enough. I'm lucky enough to be able to travel to these things. I could afford to do that. I couldn't afford to do it every month or anything like that. Or even too many times a year. But in an extreme example, particularly when something that's so good for the community and something I'm passionate about, and also I hadn't been to Nova, but essentially it's the same thing. Adepticon's done so much for me in terms of meeting people and whatever it is in that respect, that it wasn't a hard decision for me, although it was Nova, to treat it the same way. No one wants to see these things go away, and if we did have a failure of an event like that, you do wonder how that would have a knock-on effect moving forwards as well.
And it's I always say this. Adepticon is the 800-pound gorilla, right? And a lot of other events sort of take aspects of what Adepticon does well and thinks, okay, we're going to focus on that, right? And that's cool. And we would love Adepticon to be a global thing, and have an Adepticon Europe, an Adepticon Australia or whatever. And long term, all of us who run the con would love that. And it's a bit beyond us now, but we would love that. And if Adepticon Prime, as it were, goes away, none of that happens. And all the other events that I don't say ride our coattails, because that totally invalidates all of the hard work that those cons do, completely independent of Adepticon. So I don't want to say that, but having that culture of cons,
they lift each other
events,
up.
Everybody, it's a thing to go to Adepticon. So it's not a stretch then to also go to Nova 6 months later. I've not been to Nova either. Most of the guys that run events that I know, like all the Heresy guys, the Graying Legion that run the Horus Heresy events, they go to Nova not to run events necessarily, but more to have fun. They do run events there, but it's definitely less stressful for them, and they, not that they take it less seriously, but they're there more to have fun. Whereas they go to Adepticon, yes, to hang out with their mates, but mostly it's a full-time job. The Graying Legion guys work very, very hard at Adepticon, and don't have a lot of time for fun and games and drinking adult beverages and so on.
And then the ones who want a little bit more seriousness, might end up going to the LVO. For a serious 40k competition. As you say, it's a kind of a symbiotic relationship between
I think
all
it
these.
Is. Yeah.
They've all grown off the back of each other, and that's great.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't think it's really coordinated, but there is this sort of understanding about when things are timing, and Adepticon's happening the last weekend of March or first weekend of April, whichever it falls on. And nobody else plans an event then, because they know it's not going to happen. But if you are planning an event, like Nova is 6 months offset from Adepticon, and that works for a lot of people. They can go to 2 events a year, as long as they're spread out. Going to LVO and Adepticon, they're quite close together. But for me, driving to Vegas is a 7-hour drive. So it's less of a headache. I can go to. I've not been. I would like to go. I'm less competitive, so it's less appealing. There was one year where my wife was actually. She was at a convention for work in Vegas, and we used that as a jumping off point to go backpacking in Utah. And we had this one night in Vegas. Neither of us are particularly fans of Vegas, so I just holed up in the hotel room. And it was only at the end of the day that I realized that the LVO was happening that weekend, and I completely missed it. And I could have been, instead of rattling around in a hotel room, I could have been at the LVO at least, watching people play games. And I kicked myself by one chance, and I totally blew it.
But
so Go on.
So we're looking at sorry, just to move us back to Adepticon.
Yeah.
So we're looking at obviously 2021 is not happening. Do we have those resources, as you said, are being already looking forwards to 2022?
Yes.
Obviously, it's a bit early to talk about anything to do with 2022.
It's all very far out. One of the really painful things of this year as well was it was supposed to be 2020 was supposed to be the grand return of Golden Demon.
Yeah.
And everybody was stoked for that. Everybody, all my, most of my friends in the hobby are very high level painters. And actually my painting has come up a lot since I've spent time with them. I was an okay painter before, but now I'm like, I can get best army at a smaller event, say, or something, if I really push it. There was no chance of me having that without the mentorship of these guys. They're really, really good painters. They all had their entries planned. They'd started working on them, and it's gone, right? And now 2021, the grand return is not happening either. So what happens to Golden Demon next year? We have no idea. We don't know. Well, I don't know. I shouldn't speak for the con. I personally have not heard what's happening with Golden Demon next year.
Yeah.
But I imagine in 2022, finally we get an Adepticon, a US Golden Demon event for the first time in 15 years at that point, which is really, really exciting. So that would be the big one that I think everybody's watching for and waiting to see what happens. I do know the Graying Legion guys are planning on doing events just like normal. I don't know how many more years they'll keep it up because it's a lot of work. And
it is a lot of work.
They're all at the point now where they have families and things, and it just gets harder every year, it seems like. So new blood maybe will have to come in for that. I know that for sure that for 2020, which is why I started planning out all of my Adeptus Titanicus stuff. We were going to have a good AT event that everyone was really stoked for. So it's going to be another year before our first AT event at Adepticon, which is
they had a little one. Yeah, they had a little one.
Yeah, but like the big planned out, tied in, I think, with the Heresy event as well, because for people who haven't been to Adepticon and been to the Heresy events, the Graying Legion guys tie in all of the different Horus Heresy events into one giant system-wide campaign, and you can, if you just want to play some combat patrol or something, you can do that and spend an afternoon with your 500-point army or whatever it is. But it counts towards the big campaign. So even if you only have one day to duck in and duck out, you're part of something bigger, and that's really cool. So to bring AT into that was really exciting, and that hasn't happened, obviously. But yeah, it's a bit early beyond general vague ideas like that to really know whether there's anything new or big or exciting. As far as I know, it's going to be the same site, the same hotel as previous years, same sort of time frame. So end of March-ish. Beyond that, we don't know. It's the staff have not been informed. I'm sure that High Command has their ideas and thoughts and have their grand 10-year strategy, but we have not been informed of that. And in some ways, we're just like every other hobbyist, wondering where we go next.
Yeah. I mean, we're still now. One of my biggest issues with this last year has been we don't know what's going on, and it's hard to plan too much when vaccines are being starting to roll out and what have you, and hopefully we're going to get more vaccines on the market soon as well. We can guess when we're all going to be allowed to meet together and everything, but we don't know yet. So I would have thought that everything will be fine, but let's not jump our guns too much, and especially when you're dealing with an event.
I don't want to jinx it or anything, but I've thought for about the last 6 months that realistically, end of April is when most people will be vaccinated, or enough people will be vaccinated that we can sort of get back to normal. Just to put my immunology hat on for a minute. So I think by the following year we'll be fine. But who knows, right? Like there could be we could have an asteroid strike on
exactly
the Midwest or something for all we know. Like at this point in 2020, anything goes. So yeah, it's. I hope that COVID is a distant memory, and we all have that sort of. We have our COVID stories, and we got through it, and the hobby survived. Certainly, I mean, the hobby is thriving in some respects because people are stuck at home. But conventions are definitely not. And for those big cons, for all of us to survive, so LVO, Nova, we've all lost, just to put the harsh reality of it is we've lost revenue. And these are not for-profit businesses, but they do need to at least break even. And when you lose that amount of revenue in 2 years running, it's a big deal. So just getting through it, I think, will be a testament to all of the planners of all of these events, because it's above my pay grade, as it were. But these guys do have to make these really tough decisions, and I think they've made good decisions so far. And hopefully, 2022 is the year we come roaring back and we get to see everyone. And, it would be really nice to give our brother and sister hobbyists a good hug and roll some dice together, and
absolutely, hopefully
we'll have nice new shiny terrain for everything that hasn't been used for 3 years. That should be nice. A storage unit in Chicago.
So what there is now is there's a long period of time for planning towards it. If you've never been to a big con, or you've never been to Adepticon itself, it's out of those big 3 American cons. It's I haven't been to Nova, but having looked around and looked at going to Nova, Adepticon's the one I want to go to. Period. And you've got, you've got over a year now to plan for it. What I will say is you want to be on that Adepticon Facebook group, or you want to be, signed up for emails, because as you said, they're not sure whether people are going to be into it or not. I think the demand once things go live is going to be huge. As you say, the hobby's grown. Or the Games Workshop hobby has grown even in lockdown. It always does well in times like this. And and on top of that, it was growing anyway. So when the demand, those tickets sold out quick, especially if you want to go to any of the painting things. You need to be online at the right times, and the best way of finding out when to be online at the right times is to have the emails, be on the Facebook group, all that jazz. Give yourself
and
the best
plan
chance.
which prioritize what you really want to go to as well. So we have very little control over the. I know it's a perennial source of frustration. It's not really directly related to what we're talking about, but it is a thing that I think people don't see behind the curtain for Adepticon. Is everyone gets frustrated, including the staff, that you'll get your ticket and you pick which classes you want or which events you want to be in, and you go to pay, and then one thing is sold out, and you have to start the whole process again. And by then, the next thing is sold out, and by the time you've actually booked anything, you've got like your third choice painting class and your second choice event, and you're not very happy and nobody's pleased. And we have very little control over that particular system, and we hate it too. Just so you know, the staff do not like it. I will say this for events, especially for the heresy stuff. And we say this every year online, but it always bears repeating. If you really want to come to a Horus Heresy event, especially at Adepticon or a painting event, all you have to do is get on the official waiting list, which there is always one. But even if that official waiting list is 20 people deep, get on it and just show up on the day. And chances are you will get into one or more of those events that you want to go to. It happens every year because every single year people sleep in.
Or people don't arrive. People are ill.
Yeah.
Like loads of different reasons. Or people have double booked.
Some people just, they double book, or they get there and they meet a friend and they're, oh, you're here, great. Then instead of that seminar I was going to go to, I would rather go and get a burger with you or something. There's 1,000,001 reasons that people don't show up to their event. And for the first couple of years before I was on the staff and more busy, I very rarely got into the events I wanted to officially, but I showed up on the day and they fit me in. And there's always a way. And, just come along. And for the painting events, for the classes, the seminars, for the really big names, chances are you're not going to get in. Like, if you don't get a ticket for Ben Comets, you're not going to get into Ben's class. It's just very, very unlikely, because the wait list is 10 deep, and those 10 people show up, and whoever's first in line, they get in, right? But for the other, maybe less, like some of the teachers, like Vince Venturella, for example, fantastic teacher.
Yeah.
Really, really good YouTube videos, and I've taken his classes in person. He's a really good teacher, very personable. He always sells out, but usually there's a spot or two that are not filled. His classes aren't on the day necessarily full. You could show up and learn a lot from somebody like him. So yeah, it's a perennial source of frustration. But if you're a first-time Adepticon goer and you book your ticket and you can't get into any events, and you think, what on earth am I going to do? And I'm spending all this money to go there, and I'm just going to be stuck in a hotel wandering around for 4 days. No, you're not. No, just come along, talk to the staff. We're all friendly, and we'll get you in, and you will have fun. I promise you, at Adepticon. The first time you go, it's really overwhelming, especially for an introvert like me. I think my first one, I was so overwhelmed on the first day, I just went back to my hotel room and just painted for an hour or so. And I was just like, what am I doing here? And then I met people and made friends, and my friends who were there, I went to their events and hung out with them. And, you'll have fun if you show up at Adepticon. I promise you that much. You have my guarantee.
The only other thing you can do is that you can start planning. You can get that army ready. If you do want to go to the teams, you can start working on a team thing. There's plenty of time for you to think about that.
Yeah. I expect the hobby standard to be very, very high at Adepticon 2022.
Awesome.
I guarantee you, though, that people will still be at the painting lounge on the morning of their event, finishing their models. After 3 years since the last Adepticon. I promise you guys will still be doing that. Probably me.
Awesome. All right. Well, cheers, Andrew. We'll, we've talked it up enough. We'll be there in 2022.
Oh yeah, yeah. It'd be nice to see you in person again, Greg. It's been too long, and it's the internet's great for keeping in touch with people, but there's nothing like
it's not the same.
It's not the same as seeing someone in person. So yeah, roll on 2022.
Awesome. Take it easy.
You too, mate.
Cheers. I would like to welcome on two of the Age of Darkness podcast. Hello, Darren, and hello, JP.
Hello.
How you doing?
Hey, buddy.
How you doing?
Yeah, not too bad, all things considered.
Indeed.
Yeah, keep it on.
Yes, so all we can do is keep on keeping on, as someone once sung. Got you guys on, obviously, Age of Darkness. I mean, I looked this up earlier. 5 years old in April.
Yes. We started it back, 2015. Ah, man, it's been a while, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it?
We've been chugging along. We were, I think, third out the gate after you and after I have Horace.
Yeah.
I think we were third, but again, like everything else, you were the pioneer, and I've always respected you for that. You were the avant-garde. You were the person that saw it's possible to do something like this and running with it.
If you can't be the best, be the first. So
sell yourself short, sir.
No one can ever take that away from you. That's I was just amazed that no one else had done it by then, and it took me a year to learn how to podcast, and some say 5, 6 in the years to properly work out how to podcast. But
I think even before Imperial Truth, though, you were doing After Ilinar.
Yeah, but I didn't do any of the technicals.
And that was, I think that should get credit for being the first. If you look at 30K as like a holistic thing, right, as not just Horus Heresy as the game, but the books and everything that goes along with it. I mean, again, there's a lot of you deserve a lot of credit for being avant-garde.
This isn't why I got JP on. people. This wasn't planned, but yeah, just to say that yeah, well, thank you anyway. But yeah, you've been going for 5 years. Darren, you joined. When did you join?
Oh God,
A few
it's
years
got to
ago.
be 2 years at
At
least.
least I would have thought.
But you see,
No, it's got to be more than 2 years.
JP's going to fill in the gaps here.
again, people selling themselves short because, as we talked about when we did the 100th episode, I was actually thinking about this. You were actually one of the first people we ever had on Age of Darkness because we were stealing your reviews from the Heresy forums and pretty much reading them out.
Yeah, I do that. I just don't give them the credit. It's the easier way of doing it. But yeah, well, we haven't had, so it's coming up to 3/4 of a year since we should have had like Warhammer Fest, and you were on the one before that, and you were on before that. So yeah, a fair while. Awesome. So just very quickly, a look back at 2020. I don't want to get into anything too negative, but did you learn anything hobby-wise from 2020? Was there a takeaway that you've got?
I've had more time to spend on hobby, I think is a key thing for me. And I have managed to do a few things that I normally wouldn't do as well. I've managed to get some of the larger kits that I've been putting off because I've actually had time to sit around and work on them.
That's cool. Because some people who've not been at work haven't had any time either. And it's, but you've had it and managed to use it as well. Anyone who follows you on Twitter will see you posting up your regular posts. See, JP, you haven't had the extra time.
Not really. Well, Darren and I are both in education, so we didn't really get a shutdown. Everything just moved online and became a lot more complicated and long. But I think I did learn one thing was because I shouldn't exaggerate it. With the initial shutdown, I think I had a little bit more time for hobby, and I don't think I was any more productive. And anybody who listens to Age of Darkness knows how unproductive I often am. I just felt like this year there's a lot of ambient stress of just living through this gong show of that was 2020. There's a lot of ambient stress, and I feel that there was a lot of pressure to be productive, to move along and to move along your projects and start new projects and all this stuff. There's a lot of pressure for that, and I think a lot of people I think a lot of people, myself included, I don't feel I was more productive. And there's a lot of stress that comes with that, and almost like a guilt that comes with that, right? Yep. I should have used this time productively, and I don't think I did. But again, I wish I had more of that time. It's been a really, really busy 2020. But there's this ambient stress around, and that wasn't conducive to being super productive. Yeah,
I think early on there was this social pressure that wasn't intended, but everyone was like, okay, we're going to be off, we can do stuff, and it quickly became aware that actually that wasn't going to happen for everyone. And as you're right, that ambient stress is a good term for it, that actually it gets to you and it will affect you, and don't beat yourself up about it, because there are going to be times where you just can't pick models up. Just whatever's happening, you've got other things going on in your life, and you need to focus, or you just need to unwind in a different way. And sometimes it will be hobbying that will help you unwind. But never beat yourself up too much about anything, and never get on your conversely, never get too hot on your high horse about anything either. And you won't go far wrong. So we're moving into 2021. Obviously, we're still in the mists of what we're doing, but there's light on the at the end of the tunnel. Do you have any big plans for when we can go out and do stuff? Is there something you're desperate to do?
Shall I jump in first, and JP? I'd love to get some games in because I've not played since the Titanicus event at Warhammer World back in February this year. Yeah. So I'd really like to get some games in. And at this stage, I don't care what the game is. I'll play anything at this stage. But yeah, that's probably one of the main things, because my regular gaming buddy and we tend to meet up every couple of months to have a game. And obviously, that's all been put on the back burner. But next time we do play, though, we are going to have some nicely painted forces. We're going to have fully painted armies on the table. So, that's a bonus for it.
Yeah, absolutely. I I feel the same way. I've played 2 games. I played 1 game of 30K since March. 1 game of Titanicus since March. Both times during the summer when lockdown was relaxed slightly, and we did it outside, and we set up like a tent outside. But that's the extent of actually playing the game. I never play a lot, but more than this.
Yeah.
And I'm also kind of bummed out too, because one of my big Christmas traditions or holiday traditions is every year for the past decade or so, I would myself and Mark, who was on Age of Darkness for a while, and should still come back from time to time, but not as a regular. But we would always, because we've been playing the game since like 1993, and so for the last like decade during the holidays when I go home, we would have this what we call Christpocalypse, it used to be Apocalypse, and lately we last 2 years been Titanicus, but we had this big event usually on the 27th, 28th. Everybody would bring food, we do like a potluck kind of thing, and we play games all day, and this is the first year we can't do it, which is a huge bummer. So yeah, going into 2021, when the vaccine starts rolling around and lockdowns are starting to get loosened, absolutely, I can't wait to get some games in. I miss it more than I thought I would, because the game aspect has never been my favorite part of the hobby, partly because I'm so bad at it. But I miss it immensely. So that's the big thing for 2021. That's what I want to be able to do. I think everybody kind of is probably will have the same answer. I figure.
Yeah, I mean, you guys, you're not involved with any events, are you, specifically, or anything like that? So it's more just playing games.
Yeah, no, not really involved. Although I will say, open days I do miss as well.
Yeah. I must admit. So we had in the UK, we had a similar period where I'm in a tier 2. We had time when we could do stuff, and when Warhammer World opened, even with all the distancing measures, I was actually off work like the following Friday, and I said to Emma, I was like, I might go to Nottingham, and unfortunately, they had time limits on how long you could be in Bugman's, which is completely understandable. I completely agree with it. But if I'd known that people were going to be there and that I could spend more time there, I would have driven up to Nottingham for a day just to be in Bugman's and see the people I miss. Because it got to me, and it was like, even sitting down talking online, it's not the same. So yeah.
Absolutely, and one of the things I would have normally mentioned, but I bit my tongue, was Adepticon. It's like, what do you look for 2021? Adepticon.
Yeah.
But that's going to be 2022. So I have a whole year to actually get my Night Lords ready for the next one. But I miss events. I think everybody does. Yeah. But we've got to be positive moving forward. This will pass. As a historian, I recently taught the Spanish influenza to students, and it passed. It took a while, but it did pass. It's just when you're in it, it feels like forever.
Yep, absolutely. There are. I'm not going to say anything too much. It is what it is. We'll get through it. Obviously tragedies will happen, and I'm not diminishing any of that, but we will get through it as a people. Okay, so moving on. Night Lords, you say. So this is going to be your 2021 project, is it?
Absolutely. It was supposed to be my fall 2020 project, but that didn't happen. So it's now my 2021 project. So hopefully, going forward, I should have a little bit more time on my hands. Hopefully, I'll use it productively and not waste it. But yeah. 2021 is the year of Night Lords. I'm putting together my project, largely based aesthetically, at least, on Istvan 5, on the Drop Site Massacre. So lots of skull bases, scorched black earth, and yeah, I really want to move forward with that. And it'll only be my second Astartes army ever.
Cool.
Except I've played Guard my entire Warhammer career, if you will. So after my Iron War, it's going to be my second Astartes project ever. So it's exciting, but also stressful. One of the things that slows me down is just it's like, oh man, I really want to get this right. I want to do a good job.
Yeah, it's always tricky. You got a long time as well, but that can be a danger sometimes because you can look at that far off a year and a bit time schedule and think I've got plenty of time to do this. So are you setting yourself goals, intermediary goals, or are you just trying to plug away?
Well, my fall goal was to at least finish. I wanted to finish at least my Praetor. I'm still working on him, and it's one of those things that I still haven't glued his head and chain glaive because I can't decide on the stance and stuff like that, right? Which is a fun problem to have because everything kind of looks good, but you don't want to mess it up. So yeah, medium term is having a functional, perhaps Centurion sized force. A couple units of Terror Marines, a Night Raptor squad, and the Praetor as a medium size. If I can get that done in the winter, then I think I could start moving on to other things. That would be my medium goal. And my 2021 goal is to get a full-sized army, and so that I'm not painting in the hotel room at Adepticon.
Sure. Or
not the hotel room. 2 years in a row at Adepticon, I was still painting my army the day before the event in Chicago. It's like, I'd rather be doing that. I really should have started earlier.
It's so good that this is recorded so we can play this back to you in 2 years' time.
Definitely, it's.
Oh, I will fail. It's just I will have tried.
But if you aim high and fail, then you'll still have a good chunk done. You still have failed, yeah, but whatever. It's Night Lords, they don't have a good run of it. But you got cool new rules to use as well, which is good. Darren, your Sons of Horus you've been plugging away on them recently. Going into 2021, is it more, or is there something else on the horizon?
No, it's not. The Sons of Horus collection, because it's grown beyond an army.
Yeah.
Has fundamentally finished. There's always a couple more units you can add, aren't there? So I've got a couple of units planned, but they're not a high priority. A bit like you, Greg, I play multiple systems, so there's multiple projects on planned. Probably one of the main ones. The main one for 30k is I'm going to start an Iron Warriors Zone Mortalis force.
Ooh.
Something just a little bit different. I'm going to do it for a boarding company, basically, so all focused on ship-to-ship combat. Because that'll purposely keep it small, and I don't have to buy vehicles.
Loyalists, traitors, don't care.
It's going to be traitor.
Oh yeah, you're one of them. You're one of them, aren't you?
I can't.
Yeah, you fight for freedom against the tyranny of the Emperor.
Yeah, this is it. I have to.
At least with Iron Warriors, you haven't bought into all that demon rubbish, the chaos rubbish. You're fine.
No. The Sons of Horus go down that route.
Yeah, exactly. Weak.
Quite happily.
So a Zone Mortalis force, have you got anything in mind for that, or is it just to have a Zone Mortalis force and to keep it limited because of your collecting nature and I feel the collecting nature, my space walls, which are mainly unpainted, they still get additions.
And this is it. It is just a Zone Mortalis force, so I can keep it contained. So I'm not tempted to start bringing in like the Medusas and all the other big vehicles that Iron Warriors could go for. So it's a small contained force.
I forgot to ask you both. Okay, sorry. Yeah. So classic schemes for you both.
Yeah.
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 I'm going to try to do what Miles tells me to do, and then I'm going to do a terrible job of it. Yeah, that's my plan.
Yeah, I know the feeling. I get feedback from 2 or 3 different painters, including some Golden Demon winners, and then turn around and be like, I can't do that, and try to do something anyway. So it's all good fun. Okay, so the show. Obviously, you've been busy and stuff. I hear rumours about a new episode coming soon. Have you got plans for the show going into 2021, or more of the same? I mean, I'm not saying you have to change it up. I think the structure of your show is very good. Often quite jealous of having some structure and some regular contributors as well. Reliable regular contributors are a good thing. But yeah.
Oh, I appreciate the sentiment. Like I really do. It means a lot. Plan for the show is to put out the show. It's been, again, it was one of those things. 2020 felt like it should have been the year where we caught up and started putting stuff out on time. And honestly, most of 2020 has been even busier than it normally would have been. Again, because I didn't in education and everything like that, we didn't really get we didn't go on furlough. So 2021, I want to start catching up on stuff. I think we only managed to do roughly a dozen episodes in 2020, where ideally we always wanted to try to do 2 a month. We might not hit 2 a month, but try to be a little bit more regular, and most of that is on me. The editing is my main contribution to the show, and it can sometimes be a big task that sometimes you just don't have time for. Yeah. So I'm hoping to be quicker on the ball, get stuff out more regularly, and come back to a quicker schedule in 2021, because show means a lot to me, and I don't think I don't think personally I did a good enough job as far as getting stuff out on time.
You got a show out
2020.
You put a show out. I must admit, the editing, it's one of the questions I get asked most when people talk about podcasting, and my common answer is it's not difficult, but it does take time. And that's even with the little tricks of I listen back at 1.5 speed to speed it up, and I try not to edit too much, but it just takes time, and particularly when you've got long shows, that becomes exasperated, and you can't do that whilst you need to be listening to something else or concentrating on something, so you need to make that space. But that's cool. I mean, more of the same is good. I think one of the strengths I think of the podcast is you kind of know what you're getting when you get into it. It's as I say, the structure's there, so it's not like you're changing around what you're doing every time. It's you've got a system and it works.
I appreciate it.
We're carrying on with the War Bank, the Old Hammer War Band competition as well. We've pushed the deadline for that back 12 months because obviously with everything going on, so we've got that. And there's talks about Siege of Terrace episodes, aren't there? But we're in negotiations with Miles over that because he has strong views.
Oh, interesting. Well, we definitely need some stuff on that then. It's weird. Again, through lots of internet chatter, you get lots of different opinions, but it feels like there's plenty to talk about in the Heresy at the moment. And we're recording this just before Christmas. This is obviously coming out on the 1st of January, but there's stuff coming. It's not like we are devoid of any content. And bearing in mind the year that has been going on and the nature of Games Workshop having restricted room in their Forge World area or specialist games department, then they've done all right. And I don't know if you saw some photos of the new warehouse, Darren.
No, that's passed me by.
I had a friend who just happened to be driving past it or going to it, and it was like, oh, nowhere near. Oh, okay.
Now you said that, yes, I have seen them. That information has been. I've seen. Yeah, look, it's considerable. Let's say that. Yeah,
it was. I was a little bit taken aback by it, but it's exciting times.
Plus, we also need to realise, as we said before, GW as a whole, and we know the Specialist Games team do as well, work at least 18 months in advance, 2 years in advance.
Yeah, absolutely.
So there's stuff from the pipeline. We just have to be patient.
Okay, so I am going to throw this out there. I wasn't too sure whether I was going to do anything like this, but we've got a whole year ahead of us, and we're at a point where we don't really know what's happening next year with Heresy. Have you got a wish list? Have you got one thing that you're like, I wish we could get? Let's start some rumours.
Oh, I'm so glad you didn't ask about rumors.
No, rumors.
I was going to ask about rumors, isn't he?
I will talk about rumors maybe on the show at some point, but most of what we hear is wish listing.
No, I love the wish listing. That I don't have a problem with. That's a better question than asking about rumors because I don't know.
One realistic
when people
thing.
Ask about rumors, I don't know. No. How would I know?
I mean, I've been barefaced lied to, quite rightly from friends who work at Forge World, who confirmed something to someone else and then told me the opposite. So it is what it is. But I don't hold it against them. It's fine. So yeah, one reasonable wish list, should we say, for 2021? Yeah, I'm not suggesting. If anyone turns around and says we should get the whole range redone in plastic in one weekend, get lost. It's not going to happen. So, Darren,
I'll jump in first. So I'm going to go for a community wished first, because it's not something necessarily I would need, but a community wish first would be a plastic starter set. I don't care what's in it, we just need one. That's for community wish list. The selfish wish list is Looper Key for Sons of Horus, because Galvaback have just, that we need to get our own. Character series model, Malkador.
Okay, so 1 turned into 3. There.
You said wish list.
One item.
Yeah, one is not a list. You can't because
no,
that's just
true.
the thing.
Yeah, well, it's a list of 1. I make lists of jobs to do and end up with only 1 on there. Too scared to put any more.
Are you having a list of things to do that's one thing and still manages to not get done?
Oh, yeah. Well,
I don't think you can comment on that.
If my wife comes to Adepticon, you can hear all about it. JP, go for it.
One thing that the hobby
needs. One or two. Just what you would like to see, whether it's big or small, whether it's you just want to see the helmet for a character that you love that's specific for them, whatever it is.
Well, okay. If it's 2 things, one of them is obvious. Going to be, could we please have Iron Havocs? Like, please. It's been 8 years.
I should have guessed.
8 years I've been sitting here hoping for Iron Havocs, and yet no Iron Havocs. But I'm just going to keep complaining to that. I at this point, I think they're just trolling Iron Warriors players because it's going to be the last unit to ever be made, or they're going to come back and say, "No, it was already made." Those are the conversion kit. You know how Terror Squads are just a conversion kit. Someone's going to come back and say it's like Iron Havocs was just a conversion kit. You have the heads, make your own. But okay, that's a stupid, selfish one. If I have one thing more than anything is an affordable plastic starter set in the stores. In the stores, I want to underline that in the Games Workshop stores. That's the most. I can't. I don't know if it's going to happen.
That's a different. That's a subject. That's a subject for a different conversation, I think. Okay. Yeah. I mean, there are issues, but it'll be interesting to see. I think
you asked me for my wish.
No, absolutely. It started me thinking. I say, it's good. It's cool.
Because I do find that there's a big difference between having something available in the store that you can look at and you can physically, you can look at the box and physically see it and weigh it and purchase it, and having everything directed online. I think having everything directed online has stifled Heresy slightly. It also means that Games Workshop stores that are usually run by, they're employees, right? But they're obviously going to privilege things that they sell at their store. So there's not a lot of support for Heresy, and nor should there be, because again, it doesn't help the store's numbers. To push people online to purchase things from World.
Oh, it's a much larger topic. It's cool. I mean, there is a risk. You need more plastic, essentially, in the Heresy line, I think, is the problem. But, cool. Maybe we'll delve into that subject a bit deeper another time. Anything else you guys want to mention before we head off? It's no problem if you don't, if you're cool.
Yeah, no, I'm personally good. Thank you very much. But thanks for all the hard work over this year, Greg. Everything you're doing. Engine Kill podcast I particularly enjoy. Titanicus is the best game GW produced.
Yeah, Matt is very good.
I don't think there's any question about that. But thank you so much for having us on. It's good to talk. I think I've chatted with you since Adepticon like 2 years ago when you popped out of nowhere.
You were a little bit tipsy on a DMD phone in.
But I really appreciate all the work that you're doing, and I really I'm happy to have a chance to talk to you. And thank you for welcoming us on your show.
No, you're more than welcome. It's all good. Just starting 2021 off with a bit of loving around the different groups and stuff. Wonderful. All right. Well, I'll talk to you later, guys.
Cheers. Thank you very much.
What's a Geek Shield? Is it like a Breacher Shield?
Not exactly. Geek Shield is an insurance service giving you hobby rewards along the way. We appreciate that life insurance is a bore, so we wanted to make things a little more exciting with rewards that matter to you. Cool, right?
Okay, so why life insurance? I have feel no pain. Isn't that enough?
Very different thing. Life insurance can be used to settle off your mortgage, help with raising your children, or cover your funeral costs. It's never going to save you, but it will save your loved ones from financial disaster. Here's what some of our customers have to say.
Pete really will give his all to try and find a better policy for cheaper and give you vouchers. Why would you not do it?
It's great to know I have security for my family. Of that, I am certain.
Thanks to Geek Shield, my wife now questions if I'm still worth more alive.
Thanks to Geek Shield, I get to murder my family in the name of the dark gods and get all the money.
Yeah. So head over to geekshield.co.uk to book your free consultation today. Terms and conditions apply. Geek Shield is not a physical shield, nor will it save you from the Primordial Annihilator.
Well, I'd like to welcome back to the show Mr. Andrew Hollis. How are you doing, sir?
Good. Yourself, mate?
Yeah, can't grumble, bearing in mind what's going on, plugging away as much as you can.
I think it's a bit weird for everyone.
It is, absolutely, but there's not a lot we can do about it at our level, is there? So we just got to do as we're told and crack on. And
that's right. Nod and smile.
Be sensible. That's it. So, 2020 dominated, as it has been, by the pandemic. You famously, I think I can say that, you famously have said you don't paint models.
So correct. I can't paint for crap.
So your hobbying, apart from playing games, obviously, is running games and the work you do on various community projects or projects that are put out to the community. So what have you got? You've got your books. You do your what do you call them?
The old 30k Xenos books.
Yep.
So they were a big one, and then I've been doing a bit of work on what we're calling the Librarium Terra. So they're kind of like a fan-made black book, Imperial armor type thing.
Cool. And how have you found working on those in the last 9 months or so? Have you had more time or less time with everything going on?
There's certainly been theoretically more time because, as you say, I don't paint, so kind of my at-home hobby time is freer, and a lot of my other hobby time was spent running events, which we obviously couldn't do for the vast majority of 2020. But then, like a lot of people, motivation was a little bit hard to come by as well because of the lack of games and everything. So, like all things hobby, you kind of often can't push it, and you're kind of sitting at home going, oh yeah, I should try and finish this book or this draft. And if the inspiration isn't there, then you really can't do much. So it's kind of really bouncing between projects, trying to find what's the drive at the moment. And I got a fair bit of productivity done, but yeah, certainly kind of a lot of things on the burner at the moment and trying to keep the motivation high.
So your Xenos ones, you've been doing them a little while now, haven't you? Over the different...
Yeah, they originally started in kind of 2019 or so, or maybe even a little earlier, when there was a bit of a divergence in the rule systems. A lot of our local players were Xenos players playing 40k but didn't like 8th, so we've always been pretty inclusive, so I wanted to try and provide something for them to sit in the 30k scene. So we certainly started with the Craft World and then the Draft Necron. So we've kind of finalised the Craft World, the Necron, and the Orcs set in 30k now, and we've got a Draft Exodite and a frame structure for the Ancients and Dark Eldar at the moment. So they've come along quite nicely.
Excellent. And the Agents one, do you want to talk a little bit through that?
Yeah, the Agents one's been a slow burn, and it's kind of part of the Librarium Terra. So there's always been interest in, obviously, like the Assassins and that sort of stuff. And Forge World themselves did a couple of Agents, the Remembrancer and the Knight Errant.
Yeah.
But there's always kind of, it's a great area for expansion and room for, not improvement, but just room for variety. So I did a very extensive kind of boost to that. I think there's 30 plus agents and fugitives, which I've kind of expanded the rules for them a little bit, and then incorporating the concept that there's not just going to be Imperial, that because I'm doing the Xenos, So there'll be allies that are working with the Xenos, and they would be classified as fugitives from the Imperial's point of view. So it's kind of split between General Imperial, then Loyalist, Traitor, and then the fugitives. And yeah, hopefully there's nothing too unbalanced in there. We tried to playtest a heap of stuff, but it gives it a little bit of variety and kind of gives, especially for people doing scenario narrative events and that sort of stuff, it gives something else that can just be added to the army that isn't necessarily like a military focused. So you've got your navigators, your remembrances, your iterators, all of that sort of stuff. And that kind of works hand in hand with the Rogue Trader list, which is where their focus is. But it's available as a separate document just for people who want to kind of expand their army options and play around with some random NPCs and that.
Yeah, cool. There's lots of I know you try and make yours as balanced, within that space as you can, so they are, pick upable by anyone and used. But the beauty of how we game means there is more room for stuff that isn't necessarily as powerful as it should be, and conversely, sometimes people will say, I won't take that because it is the powerful thing. That's an advantage of having a narrative-based rule set.
Exactly. Yeah, fully agree. There's lots, and that goes the same for a lot of the Xenos stuff that we've been working. Nearly everybody acknowledges that compared to point for point with the Astartes list, they're underpowered. But that's not the point. The point is that it's something different, and it's something that you can create a really fun narrative around, and it allows other people to interact with a hobby in a setting that we really enjoy. And in 30K, in the Great Crusade, the Xenos were underpowered. They were getting trounced by the Imperium. So it's just there for fun. And if you're kind of with a good player group and that sort of stuff, then they're obviously not going to take all Volkite and that sort of stuff, which is custom made to destroy Xenos. They'll take a balanced list, and everybody can have some fun.
Yeah, that's the idea anyway. But generally, it's kind of how it works as well. So that's it's always nice to see. So you've had a busy-ish 2020 working on those books where and when you can. Obviously, we haven't had the events this year. Have you replaced that in any way? Have you been online with people more, or are you the kind of person who's just like, cool, head down, crack on with something else?
I certainly tried to kind of. There's been some fantastic initiatives throughout the hobby communities and that sort of stuff, Melbourne, Sydney, Brisbane, and that, which I'm really impressed with. A lot of the EOs stepped up and changed their drive for the community from running events to running online sessions. Yeah. So they'd be basically hobby sessions, get together, Sunday sessions and that sort of stuff, which I was really impressed with. I didn't do anything like that. We kept some local gaming going because we were lucky enough in an ACT that we got an initial kind of hit, and then basically got stamped out, and we've been free for quite a few months. So we're still able to continue some like Thursday night casual gaming, which is where my kind of active organising went in and that sort of stuff, just a little bit trying to keep that going. But I certainly tried to kind of jump online to Melbourne sessions whenever I could and kind of talk to other people around the world. Just more, I can't really explain it. I was really, really impressed with how the people who were the event organisers and the podcasters and that sort of stuff really adapted, and they didn't have to, but they tried to take that extra step and go, the players need an outlet, and need something to keep their motivation going. So it was just really gratifying to see them switch up and go to that kind of level, to make sure that there was some sort of function that they could do. It was really good.
There's some people who would say that us event organisers also need an event to push people around at as well. I must admit, this time of year we should we would be voting for Warhammer Heroes, and they're not doing it this year by the looks of it. And I can only think that's because they like to have the events to actually hand them out and to have the meals and everything else, because Adepticon was going to be the last lot, and they haven't got theirs yet. But I almost think this year, more than any other, those Warhammer, the people who we think of, personally as Warhammer heroes, maybe more important this year than any other year.
Yeah, I agree, and I certainly hope that GW itself does do something to recognise it, and that they're not doing it simply because there weren't the events, and that their focus isn't on, well, there weren't many events, so there's no one to recognise type thing.
No, I think
that they've gone.
Sorry, Karen.
You go. No, I think they've gone a good few steps that they are recognising things outside of the tournaments now. So I really do hope that they recognise something.
I'm fairly sure that they would. I think they like to, when they announce them, also then invite those people to. Over in England, it's to Warhammer World, and then Fest. It's done at Fest, and then rest of the world, it's done at Adepticon. And I think they don't want to have that without then having the awards ceremony for those people. That's my assumption, based on the fact that a dozen or so people are still waiting for their awards. But something to bear in mind for next year, if they, or whenever they bring it back, is remember these dark times when those people were, creating extra content or just organising paint sessions online or what have you. Because, it all takes effort, it all takes energy.
That's right.
My spare energy over this time went into playing role playing online. We got some D&D, and it was like, okay, well, if I'm going to be stuck at home, it's a perfect opportunity to get on Roll20 and throw some D20s at Tiamat, which is it's cool. It's gaming. It's not quite the gaming I wanted, but it's gaming. So as we go in towards 2021, obviously you've got a bit of a different situation down there to us. Fingers crossed, we're all starting to head towards the opening of the tunnel, with vaccines and things. Is there a kind of an event in mind? Is there, or are you still too far away from having any kind of solid dates?
So kind of my pin-up event that I was running was Active Heresy series, and I was kind of fortunate enough to actually wrap that event series up at the start of this year. So in January, Active Heresy 5 was the last in the series. So I kind of managed to go out with a bang on that one, because if Active Heresy 6 was running, it certainly wouldn't be running because of COVID.
Yeah.
So January, in a couple of days it is now, was supposed to then be a bit of an amalgamation of a mini convention, but that's not going ahead simply because of the situation. And like you said, it's a little bit far out to be able to lock in dates for things, because things are so unpredictable and they can flare up. So 2020 was supposed to be the year of me taking a break from event running and rolling dice myself. So it certainly gave me a break from event running. So I've done some thinking and that sort of stuff. So instead of actually trying to organise an event, recognising that most people around the world are in varying situations of isolation, events aren't running, people are used, as you said, Adepticon isn't going and that sort of stuff. And with people taking more and more technology with global community and that sort of stuff, I thought I'd try and kind of give a bit of a global campaign a go. So we've been doing a lot of work into setting up a series of kind of crusade campaigns. So piggybacking the new 9th edition 40k crusade system. I'm sure a lot of our players are actually familiar with it, because the narrative kind of potential for that mechanic is fantastic.
Yeah.
I'm not sure whether you've read up on it yet.
I have. I did write a crusade list for my my Space Wolf successor. I can't find it. But I've started looking at it.
It is phenomenal. So many of our players have been playing 40k literally just for that mechanic, because it's so adaptive and it just gives so much story to your army. So I've adapted it to 30k, and we've got a kind of a conversion document. And to be honest, there wasn't a whole lot of work in converting it, because the mechanic itself is quite abstract out from the 9th edition rules. It was just conversion of the tables, like the traits and the enhancements and that sort of stuff, to 7th edition specific rules.
Sure.
And so that's kind of sitting there as it's a perfect primer for kickstarting, in my opinion, the games again. You start as a slow grow zone mortalis, and then start building yourself up with your supply limits and that sort of stuff. And then kind of accompanying that, I've kind of taken, again, following their footsteps, they did the Beyond the Veil, which was their first Crusade supplement.
Yeah.
So I'm going to do something similar, and our first one is going to be the Stilling of Barteth, and it's going to be basically a narrative supplement. It'll do the same thing in that it will add campaign-specific artifacts, traits, agendas, that sort of stuff to the 30k Crusade. But this one will be a global, so we'll have an online reporting page where people can report their outcomes, and it will modify the actual direction of the narrative. And the aim is just to try and allow people to play in a setting that maybe they won't have 15 other people immediately playing with them, but if they've only got 2 or 3 other guys, they can, or girls, sorry, they can play the games, report it, and feel part of a larger community, knowing that their games are contributing to it. And then the aim is to kind of, if that works, do something every 4 to 6 months and kind of make this a bit of a global campaign for your casual games. And then when formal events get running again, they can either use that setting to kind of supplement it, or do their own setting and just have your casual games played in the 30k Crusade setting.
Yeah, that sounds really cool. It's all about having more tools, isn't it, to play? You can take and leave bits of it. It's all there. Much like
that's right.
The official GW stuff, it's all guidelines. At the end of the day, you can do what you want to make your game fun. But I like the idea of having that larger community kind of reach, feeling part of something. I think this year, it's hit home for a lot of people how just being part of something is important to us. Even the grumpiest people who like to sit at home and actually don't like to go out and socialise much, which can be me. I was desperate as soon as Warhammer World was open. I was considering driving an 8-hour round trip just to go there for a few hours. Because we haven't been able to, and that's where I feel like my second home is, because I know so many people. But being able to reach out and connect with other humans is important.
That's right. Even the introverts get lonely.
Absolutely, yeah, too right. Just fed up of other people more quickly.
That's right. Not lonely anymore. Gotta go. Bye.
That's it. Yeah. I'm done now. That's really cool. So, when have you got a rough kind of estimate on when that's going to be or hitting out or?
Yeah, so the rules themselves, so the 30k Crusade conversion rules are ready now. They're on Oz30k, my website, in the download section. And then I'm putting the finishing touches to the PDF, so it'll be a 32-page PDF. That'll be free download as well, and I'm hoping to have that ready by mid-January. And we're going for like an official launch on the same weekend that Act of Heresy was run. So we'll have something kind of small in Canberra because we can't have anyone else from out of state. But then we'll kick it off and kind of open up the website and answer any questions. I'm putting together a bit of a private group for EOs so that the EOs can get a little bit of a head start on the narrative twists and plots and that sort of stuff, so they know what's going on. So if they want to run a an organised thing that they can run it in concert and that sort of stuff, and we'll go from there. I'm waiting on the last couple of bits. I'm going to do kind of a bit of an event swag bag for it, for all those people who are kind of hankering for some event swag because they haven't been able to get out. We've got about 100 bags for people who want to go. It's just like a coin decal patch, printed version, dice and that sort of stuff, just to kind of give people their crack if they're hankering for it. I know I am.
Yeah, that's really cool. Where that fits in as well is we're not going to open up. It's not going to be March the 13th when all of a sudden everything's open. It's going to be we're going to gradually open as you guys are. You're limited to one state. Over here it's going to be so far it's kind of regionally and by county. So the chances are you're going to have your small 10 people, 12 people events going on within local bubbles before we can spread out. And so something like Crusade, we talk about events and narratives and stuff. If you run a 100-person narrative, you can't get down and dirty and gritty in that 100-person event. It's, I stand on a chair and shout at people about roughly what's going on. Because that's all you can do at the end of the day, unless you've got 50 people helping out and a pre-planned document that takes, a full-time job to sort out. So those 10, 12 people events, 8, 6 people events allow much more opportunity for that kind of narrative. And Crusade system can be absolutely brilliant for those small events.
Completely and utterly agree. I don't discourage people from running larger events. They can be fun. My last Act of Heresy was 108 players, but I spent 9 months, considerable hours working out narrative, plot trees, all of that sort of stuff, and it was a massive undertaking, and which is one of the reasons why I wrapped it up as well. It was taking huge amounts out of my life. They were fantastic events, but they were hugely onerous on you. But some of the best events that I've played in were, as you said, 10 or 12 people, because the narrative is so much richer. And can be deeper because you can invest it, and you're playing with those same people, and you can build up vengeance, and you can build up animosities with your armies, and all of that sort of stuff. Whereas 100 people, it's fantastic. It's a different style of game. Yeah. It's more sociable, and it's great to be there with all of those gamers. But yeah, the smaller garage games, that's where I'm trying to encourage the local community at the moment to go back to the roots a little bit and go, well, we don't have big venues or anything like that. So what did we do a decade or two ago? It was garage games. So just kind of put out a post and go, hey guys, I'm having a barbecue. Can get a half a dozen other people round who wants to come round and throw some dice. And if people want to just hobby paint on the side and watch videos or whatever, you can have a dozen people around. Obviously if your isolation allows, but yeah. And kind of start building up the community again like that. And surprisingly, we've had a large number of new people interested in 30K during this period, because people have been sitting down, hobbying, discovering Heresy and going, hey, this is really cool. I'm really interested. And that was another driving force to start at really low points, to give these people the opportunity to start at 500, 750 points and start building up a narrative slow grow army. Because we've got so many new people interested. I think 21 is going to be different, but really good for growth. I think it's going to be really good for the hobby if we can kind of harness it correctly and go from there.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah, there's definitely a need and space for those big events, but there can only be so many for starters. And what I see sometimes is people who want to get an event running, and immediately they're looking at how many people can we get in. And cool. Some people have managed to jump in at the deep end. I went to a lot of events before I ran my first ever event, and it was a tournament for Warhammer, and it was as simple as they can come, and it was enjoyable. Lots of people came because they knew me, because I've been on the scene. But, for a random dude, who, if you're newish to the scene, there's nothing wrong with running a 10-person event. Just cover your costs. That's the only thing I will say. Cover your costs. But
yeah, dead on. Do not that for narrative events. There is no need to go for numbers. Like if your event isn't a failure if you don't get 30 people. It's run an event the way that you want to play the event.
Yes,
and make sure that you communicate the intentions of that event clearly to the players. So if there's no podium finishes, say there's no podium finishes. If it's narrative, say it's narrative. Give an outline of the story. Communicate what you're trying to do, and you will attract players who will enjoy it. And if you only attract 6 or 8 players, who cares?
Yep.
You've got 6 or 8 players. As you said, as long as you cover your costs, make sure that you don't go above and beyond. So keep it basic. You don't have to have like huge amounts of swag. You don't have to have any swag. You don't have to be holding it in a big function room or anything like that. It's all about the narrative and the game, and just communicate what you're trying to do, and it will grow from there. People will go away and go, I just attended this event that I think you will like. If he runs another one, you should come along.
Yeah.
And then next time I'd have 12 people and go from there. I think there's a very big need maybe for not some education, but some pointers to new EOs to kind of go, yes, there have been some really successful, very big narrative 30K events, but don't fall into the trap in thinking that is the only way to run 30K events. No. The vast majority of events are far smaller and they're far more enjoyable.
I remember when Edge of Empire, when their Company of Legends was getting successful and they were selling out in a few minutes, and they were talking about should we go for a bigger venue? And I messaged them. I said, don't you dare. Your event sells out because the event you run, and as soon as you change something, it won't be that event anymore. And that might not necessarily be a bad thing, but your event sells out in 2 minutes because it's that event. And and that, as you say, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong. Size isn't everything. I run events. I've run events at London Heresy and London GT and Blood and Glory. 2 big events. So we're going for numbers because we're in big halls and everything else. So they're designed that way. Right.
Yeah.
And that's purposely why I try and keep those events as close to the book as possible, because people might come to that who don't normally go to events.
Yeah.
So, if you've got 6 people turning up at your event, you can go hog crazy with your rules if everyone's on board with it.
Because you only got 6 people to go, oh, no, this is how it works.
Exactly. So, yeah, absolutely fantastic. I also think there's, echoing your point there, even through 2020, I was seeing, it was almost hard to pick up. I was seeing this swell of interest in 30K online, and it wasn't always obvious. It was a little bit subtle, but seeing people post about little bits and pieces and things, and I think that we are on a little bit of a, it's not the floodgates opening, but it feels like there's a little bit of just pressure there that Heresy could move forwards very well, and obviously hasn't had the opportunity.
Yeah, I think it's unlike what I call artificial growth, when you get rule changes in 40K. I found that the change from 7th to 8th was an artificial growth in 30K that people thought was a fantastic boom in 30K. I disagreed with them. I said, no, all this is people in 40K not enjoying 8th edition and going, oh, I know some of my mates playing this, I'll play this with them. That they didn't come to 30K because of the setting. They came to 30K because of the rule set and because they were mates playing. And so when there was another rule change in 40K, they switched back because they weren't playing 30K for 30K. They were simply playing 30K so that they weren't playing a rule set in 40K. Whereas at the moment, there's a lot of interest coming from people for 30K for 30K. They're interested in the heresy. They're interested in the Great Crusade. They're interested in the setting, not because they're not interested in the other rules. They might be kind of looking around elsewhere because they're not interested in other rules, but so many other people that I'm talking to are playing both formats. They're playing 40k, they're playing Crusade 40k, they're playing Blackstone Fortress, but they're also interested in 30k because of the narrative side of things and that sort of stuff. And they're what I would consider genuine interest and genuine growths. And when you get more and more of those sort of people, they're coming into the hobby because of that side of the hobby. So yes, 7th edition isn't perfect. There's holes in all of the editions and that sort of stuff. But I don't care what edition Heresy plays under. I'm playing Heresy because it's the Heresy. I do enjoy 7th, but I like the setting. I'm playing because of the setting. And the more people that come across to the hobby because of that aspect of it and get immersed in it and kind of build themselves into it, they make a stronger community. They make the core of the community. And that's when you start getting, as you said, run those events, get a dozen people. Don't feel pressured to build up the event. Keep it at that level. And if there's the demand, someone else will pick up the baton and run a similar event. And then you can go to an event. Rather than running an event yourself, you can actually go play. Isn't that a novel thing for an EO?
We on our latest Full Stride, Matt and I were talking. Someone asked us if we'd ever played Titanicus against each other, and 2 of the 3 events that Matt's been to where it's been played, I've been running them. So, and I wasn't at the other one. It is a common issue. The growth we had around that period. It's weird. I look at it now, and I think it's damaging the Heresy community now more than it did then, because people look back and go, "Oh, wasn't it brilliant then?" And I'm like, "Well, no, everything wasn't brilliant then." Like, people put on their rose tinted. Look, everyone was coming in because of Heresy, doing this and that and that, and you're right. It wasn't necessarily Heresy dragging lots of people in. It was circumstances. Meaning people joined and left, and just in corners, just in little bits and pieces, I see people referring back to that period with rose-tinted spectacles, with this kind of longing, and I'm like, you know what? We haven't got a bad thing. Let's go with what we got. There's so much out there that can be explored. That we don't, and if you're not satisfied with what GW are putting out, then wow, you've got more third-party content now. Whether it's your rules, whether it's additions like Centurion from the other guys down there, or from people coming up with other crazy mission packs over in the States, or people making a shed load of different models, then.
That's right.
If GW aren't fulfilling what you need, cool, okay, whatever. Go and find it somewhere else because it's out there.
Yeah, that's right. Or make it yourself.
Yeah,
if you've got an idea. And that's the good thing with a stable rule set and a stable environment. And kind of there doesn't need to be huge support from GW. There's never been huge support from GW. All they've been doing is releasing models and the black books and that sort of stuff. They've never run big events and that sort of stuff. They've run events out of Nottingham and a few other things, but they're not the big narrative events. The big driver in the Heresy community is the community. They're the ones that keep it alive. They're the ones that drive it, and they're the ones that are creating the story and that sort of stuff. So that's the content is there. We can utilize the content. We can expand on the content, but nobody should ever have to rely on GW to this phrase of support. What support are they wanting from GW that kind of isn't already here? Yeah. Some of the lists need to be fine tuned and that sort of stuff, but it's the setting. It's the setting for me.
I mean, the list of, I've talked about this with someone else on this episode. There's been problems since book 1 with the list. Again, they've never been perfect. Some of the rules, the points discrepancies early on were quite atrocious. But hey, we got on with it. I would say, I am a firm believer that Horus Heresy's presence within GW's output, particularly for Warhammer community, should be better, because although we can pick up the slack as a community, when it comes to attracting serious new people to the hobby, the kind of strongest converter, the strongest link for people to get in is through official channels. And then the community can be the converters of those links. And I think it would be nice for GW to come up with a consistent kind of output of information about Heresy, like they do with Necromunda and Blood Bowl. Just more more regular content. Doesn't even have to be a huge amount of content, but I think that would be a good thing. But if it doesn't, then we have to step up, like the Middle Earth community did, and like the Blood Bowl community did for years and years.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see what they do with it with 2021. There's obviously signs on the horizon that there's going to be a bit of a excuse me, a shake up with the format, with Anuj leaving, and a few other things happening and that sort of stuff. And in all honesty, I hope that the black books are done, like I said in another interview. I know a lot of people like them, but I think there's been too much focus on that. And I think if they take 18 to 24 months off and go, all right, let's update all of the red books, let's get a starter set, like a Betrayal of Kalth, whatever you want, and start doing things like Necromunda and Titanicus, fine-tuning it and releasing just like these little mini supplement books, I think it would be perfect. Yeah.
Yeah, it's controversial. I don't want to see my black books go. However, there's nothing to say that they can't be the accumulation of other output over a period of 12 to 18 months. That comes out and then gets collected into a black book or something like that. There's ways they can go. What they will do, we'll have to wait and see. That's an area of GW that's, again, I think for all their output in talking to us, they're a little bit lacking sometimes in what they say. But we all want more, don't we? So aside from all that, have you got your more designs on more books? More agents.
I've always got ideas, and as I said, I was kind of bouncing between projects and that sort of stuff quite a lot. So at the moment, once I get the 30k Crusades kind of down pat and underway, which I'm hoping to do in the next few days and that sort of stuff, then I'm going to shift my focus back onto what I call the Librarium Terror books, and they're kind of something that I've always wanted to write. Even before the Heresy. So it's something that is a cross between the Black Book, the old Imperial Armors, and like a really strong narrative book. So they'll be the narrative side will be primarily based off games and campaigns that have been played. So the culmination of years of campaigns set in the same area and kind of telling that story. And then accompanying that, there'll be some kind of side rules. So like the Rogue Trader Army list, the agents and fugitives and that sort of stuff, and the 30k Crusade list will be in that first book. But then I've been working with a couple of other groups. They've kind of expressed interest, and I'm going to be working with them to try and do the same thing to their groups' historical campaigns. So after that first book, we'll then be starting to work with other groups and doing the same thing and treatment to their campaigns. So bringing all of the history of their campaigns alive into a story arc, and then having some accompanying rules and scenarios and that sort of stuff. They're very much going to be an indulgence project. They're not going to be like the green books that I've done. I'm going to try and finish off the Xenos ones. I just kind of need a little bit of time to build up motivation again there. But these ones will be very, very much kind of fluff narrative based on groups, campaigns, and that sort of stuff. So if people are reading it, they kind of, in the back of the mind, they can think that all of these characters, all of this setting, all of this world, these results, these have all come from people playing games and the results of their games and the results of their campaigns, and that's their warlords growing and their armies kind of building up history and that sort of stuff. It's not kind of one person's idea and kind of fleshing it out like the Great Allen and that sort of stuff, but it's a community building their story up over the years. And yeah, I'm hoping to get a few of them kind of out next year, and kind of for people, primarily for their own groups. But if people are interested in that sort of thing, then I'm sure we can get some additional copies printed for people to read and that sort of stuff.
Excellent stuff. And you've talked about the desire to see Forge World move to a release schedule for a product more in line with Necromunda, things like that for books.
Yeah.
Is there anything you'd like to see come out officially model-wise in 2021?
Probably because my hobby is so much in the writing and that sort of stuff. I'm not all like I've got my models, but I think rather than actual in the 28 mil, I'd actually like to see some more Titans for Adeptus Titanicus.
Sure, that's fine. That's cool. Yeah.
A lot of Knights coming out, but they kind of dropped hints. Well, they outright said that there was going to be multiple new classes in between, like the Warhound and the Reaver and that sort of stuff. And I really want to see them. I'd love to see those new classes because I love AT. It's a fantastic format, really enjoyable.
Yeah, we were talking about it on Full Stride, and however much I'd love them to release the Rapier class Titan next, smaller than the Warhound. I think something between a Warhound and a Reaver would, now you've got the Warbringer between Reaver and Warlord, that would create a nice balance in there.
Yeah, for sure.
So I'm sure we'll get a Titan this year.
Excellent.
I don't think
I'll hold you to that.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think we can get too many at once because, how many are they going to do? But
Sure.
a new Titan would be lovely, and then some new weapon types to go with some of the existing Titans. Things like the power, the fist, which also acts as a siege tower. So you got your Terminators in the fist, and you just launch them directly into the chest of your enemy, that kind of thing. Yeah, no, that's cool. Adeptus Titanicus is fantastic. We don't talk about it too much on this show because I have Full Stride and I don't want to double up, but it certainly fits within our remit. Excellent. Well, thank you for coming on. So if people want to find out about anything you're doing, it's Oz30K, yeah?
Yeah, for sure. So the Facebook is kind of the most active. We've got oz30k.com, obviously, is the website where you record all of your campaigns, and that's where the documents will be stored. But Oz30k, the Facebook, is where I make the announcements. And then there'll be an announcement on there with a direction to the group for the Distilling of Barteth, which is the first Crusade campaign, if people are interested in that. I'm just trying to create a community group where they can talk about their games and that sort of stuff without having to flood like 15 other groups constantly. That'll just be the focus of the ongoing global campaigns. So if you're interested in it, pop along there, and I think we're up to about 250 people already or so, and we can go from there.
Excellent. And I'm sure there'll be Kickstarters coming and everything as well when you figure out the next thing you want to do.
Yeah, well, most of it will be free, all of the PDFs, and then the event bags and that sort of stuff. So, but yeah, we'll definitely make announcements as we kind of cross thresholds. So,
perfect, wonderful stuff. Thank you for coming on again.
No worries. Thanks for the invite, Greg.
Cheers. Well, I'd like to welcome one half of Edge of Empire now, the Brothers Mills.
Good morning. Thanks for having us. Yeah, thanks ever so much, Greg. It's very nice. It's an honour, actually.
So it should be.
It's really cool.
Not someone else's chair. This is odd.
Yeah, very weird.
Well, yeah, it's easy content, isn't it?
We've been called worse.
Exactly. You talk about those who don't listen to Edge of Empire, a full-on 30k show with yourselves and Mr. Rob and Mr. Michael.
Yeah. Charming chaps.
Putting out a decent amount of content, shall we say?
Yeah, quite a bit recently, more than normal. We sort of have these great ideas and then forget how much work's involved. So, as you well, a podcast actually takes up a huge amount of time, just getting everything together and getting all the content written and created. Marshalling people is hard. That's the hardest thing.
Yeah. We'll get the diaries out and go, this date? Well, no, I've got, dance recital that day and stuff like that, and it gets a bit...
Yeah, it gets a bit difficult around those things.
You shouldn't have invited Rob on then, if his dance is getting in the way.
Well, we didn't know it. We weren't aware that he's a big leading light in the interpretal dance scene. And if we'd known, of course, that would have factored into our decision.
It's when he does his tree, it brings tears to my eyes every time. I can't. It's a true wonder of he somehow captures nature in a beautiful essence.
Yeah, I could imagine Rob's tree bringing people to tears. And then by nature, do you mean desolate wasteland of a post-apocalyptic Earth?
That's what springs to mind. To be truthful, that kind of classic wasteland scene with nothing except a withered tree, bowed under the.
It wouldn't be so bad
with ash, sort of raining down.
It wouldn't be so bad if he wasn't wearing those wild bangarang trousers, leggings.
We've told him off about that. We're not going to see them again. After the restraining order.
I've heard he's not allowed to wear them out in public.
Quite rightly so, because it's indecency.
It's that dress; it's just too short.
We got you guys on amongst various others that are on this episode. 2020 has been that year, and basically that's all you can say about it. Over for you guys, particularly running Company of Legends, you've had to cancel 2 events now.
It was a big hit, actually. I've got to be honest with you. It was tough because it's one of those things, really. I mean, we're not a business as such, so the time and effort that, as well, you put in kind of voluntarily. Really, you don't really get anything out of it other than really the enjoyment of sort of running the event and creating the event in the first place.
And even that you don't get until the day after.
And it's
gratification,
and it's tough. And then the worst thing, of course, is you're taking people's money. The tickets aren't shy, 90 odd quid, I think, for a ticket for Company of Legends now, and it's a lot of money, right? And so then you're kind of having to say to people, look, I'm really sorry, but because of this, the COVID thing, we just can't run the event. Particularly the event that we had, and we tried all sorts of things to sort of get around it and see what we can do. But in the end, we had to be really rational about it and say, actually, all 4 of us, or certainly, 3 of us have got, medical conditions. And do we want to put ourselves at risk, never mind anybody coming along to the event itself, just to run an event which we can, hopefully postpone until things are better? So we had it was a tough time, Greg, I'll not lie. One of the hardest sort of things that we've had to deal with, and then people sort of saying, wanting their money back and things like that, which is great. But the problem was we couldn't get the money back from the venue. So we'd already paid for all this stuff up front to book it. And then all of a sudden it's like, actually, we can't give a refund because that's like $3,000 we've got to pull out of our pockets that we just don't have. So it was a real...
You think you've got event insurance as well.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, the insurance. And they go, well, actually, no, this doesn't qualify because of some bizarre wording in the
that was a real
government's stance on it.
Yeah, that was really weird because, we're quite, sort of risk-aware folks. And so we'd said, we make sure we got all the sort of proper insurances for events and things. And when all came to all, the thing that you'd hoped would be covered just wasn't. So, the venue weren't giving the money back, saying, well, no, we're not giving the money back. And, we'd paid for things like the tables and everything else, all of these other sort of upfront costs that we have. And we were completely stuck. So I've just been really... it's been heartening to see the reaction from people, I think, who have come to these events and said, look, it's okay. We know you've got this money. It's 90 quid. It's a lot of money. But, just let us know when we can have the event. And I think that's definitely helped. But it was it was a really tough, March, and even going into sort of September as well, where things weren't getting any better, and we'd kind of planned to move events and stuff, and you just feel you're messing people about, and it's not
because March happened, and sort of, that was when everything was supposed to be at its worst, and we were like, oh, that's okay, so we'll just we'll keep planning for end of the year, it's all we'll all be sorted by then, so we'll just push this back. And then I think for me the later event was the one that really that was the tough decision for me, because as Graham said, we were coming up with ideas of well, if we provide everyone with all the PPE that they need, so they've got the masks, they've got gloves, you can't use each other's dice, put some proper rules in about that sort of thing to make it as safe as we can. People only bed in the same bubble kind of thing, stuff like that. But it was just like, even with that, it just couldn't work. And sort of in a way, we were quite lucky when they sort of started introducing the second lockdowns, because that kind of killed it off. As it killed those ideas, which was sort of a blessing, sort of in disguise. Really.
Because we weren't thinking about whether we could do some stuff remotely and do that kind of thing, particularly to keep shielding. And then you sort of think we'll put all these things in place, but then what have we got left? Have we actually got the event that we wanted to run? Is it going to be any fun to have an event in that kind of thing?
The event that people like yourself, Greg, want to come to. Who wants to come to a Scout, well, not a Scout hut, but a Scout hall in Durham, where they're not really going to be able to interact with their mates, and have a sort of a relaxed time.
During that open period down here, a couple of the local places did socially distanced one-day events, and I was leaning towards getting to one in the end, but I didn't really want to go to somewhere where I couldn't have an event that I wanted to attend. I was like, I don't want to wear a mask all day whilst playing Warhammer, struggling to speak through and talk to people, because it's the social aspect more than the gaming half the time. Exactly. And in the end I was like, I will go to one, but and then it then we got all shut down. But it's I think you have to be aware of that. And what you guys do, I mean, for a start, you guys had event insurance, and outside of some of the big events, I don't know how many people do that. Okay, it didn't work in this instance, but if three of you have fallen ill,
exactly.
You've covered yourself for, as you say, a lot of money. And again, you've put out there, that you would, come talk to us if you do need money back and whatever. At least you did that, because again, other events, and I don't blame them in a way, but other events I was at where you're just not getting your money back, we can't afford it. And I'm like, and part of me instantly rebels and thinks, well, you can't do that. I've paid you for a service, and you're not providing
it. And that's the thing. So, but that was we were conscious of that too.
Yeah, and I think most
tried to be as open about it as not generous isn't the word I'm looking for. We tried to acquiesce to as many people as we realistically could. But there comes a point where we're all on 80% pay.
Yeah, absolutely.
With everybody else, and if we're then having to.
And that's the thing. I completely understand these, but the mere fact of just saying tough.
Yes,
you've got to be. I think organisers have to be a little bit more kind of aware of what it looks like for starters, and other people's situations. There's a lot going on, and it's really hard. It made me think, oh shoot. I've thought about event insurances before, and I run the events pretty much by myself. Like, my wife came along to Cardiff. If I'm not there, does that event run? So actually, it's more important in a way. If one of you guys didn't turn up, you could pick up the slack.
Yeah, we had a plan at one point where Graham was going to be at home, and it would be me and Michael physically on site running things. Just because Graham's slightly more delicate than myself and Mike, and so it was things making those sort of decisions, and we could have got away with it. But like you say, we're lucky that there's a team of us, and I do wonder how many events have that sort of support structure.
And I think the other thing was that we kind of knew that we had to get the message right.
Yeah.
To say to people, look, because you're right, just saying no or not offering any explanation or to sort of give some context as to why these things aren't happening the way that people want them to is, even though we aren't a business, we still have a sort of customer service kind of ethos, I suppose.
Yeah.
And so, we kind of put the video out and saying, look, this is the brass tacks of the situation. This is where we're at. If we could give you your money all back, we would right now. But the situation is thus, we can't afford to pull sort of $3,000 between us out to refund people, which did suck. So I think it was
for one of the events as well.
Yeah, that's true. So it's just really getting that. I think probably the thing that event organisers may need to consider is that, that it may not be important to you and it may not be a big deal to you as an event organizer, but it's a lot to other people, and you need to be really conscious of that message, I think, and, treat it like you would.
I think I rewrote that statement probably 4 or 5 times before I actually shared it with Michael and Graham, because I was just like, I need to get this as sort of respectful, but with enough gravitas behind it, so people understand.
I think there's I've talked to people years ago, actually, a number of years ago. Someone said to me, "Why don't you run more events?" And I'm like, "Time, it's just time and effort." And he's like, and he said to me, basically said, if you run more events, and earn some money off them, I think you could do a decent kind of run. And I'm like, yeah, and I actually kind of agree in respect of some people don't think you should make any money from events, and I think there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Now, don't get me wrong. If I want to earn that much money, I could go to work and it will be easier and quicker and whatever. But if you run an event and you've built in a margin which pays back just some of the time and effort, then actually, I think moving forward, some people may be in their right mind to charge a little bit more for events. I know you guys, when you started up Company of Legend, my first piece of advice back was charge more.
Yeah. It's not saying that we've gone up incrementally when sort of the venue cost has gone up or food costs have gone up. We've not, we're still running it as a sort of a break even.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't personally make a single pound out of the event anymore.
It's one of those things, isn't it? We've kind of put the price up. We used to use, I think we've always been transparent about this. We used to use some of the money. We put some of the money aside so that we could come to your event, like the Blood and Glory one.
Sure.
So because as people know, it's not the ticket price that's generally the most expensive thing.
By far not. Exactly.
It's the hotels and the travel and what have you. So we thought, being as, I think we put a lot of hours into this. Just this week, for example, Chris and I have already been, had an hour or so's conversation about some of the mechanics and the story for next year, and all of that writing and all that, and that's just our bit. The games writing, put the missions together, and that doesn't include the stuff that Michael has to do, in organising all of the kind of facilities and all the rest of it, which is another huge amount of work. And so, that was our kind of payback, if you like, was to say, okay, well, we'll take X amount of that and we'll use that so that we can pay for a hotel, for example, so that we can come to an event and enjoy ourselves. But yeah, it's like I said, I think in terms of how people run events and how they communicate those things out, I think that's probably one of the biggest lessons that people may need to consider.
If you run regular events, like you've used that money, and I completely agree with you. That's a good way of doing it. But if you do run lots of events, building up a little bit of a slush fund just in case there is an issue, because it could be anything. It could be.
We're going to look at, I think, now.
Yeah. What if the person you rent the tables off lets you down 2 weeks before the event? You've got to go somewhere else who are going to charge you more. It's just not easy to find money sometimes. So I do think event organisers, we view it as event organisers as part of our hobby.
Absolutely.
But the last thing you want to be is left in the lurch, as you say, for hundreds or thousands of pounds. It's not worth it.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I mean, it's something that we've talked about with Michael, is to say that we should be building up some kind of contingency money for those things, the last minute things that come across. But like I said, I think once we got this year out of the way, I think we have to have a review of, because on to see where we are financially.
Root and branch, I believe, is the phrase that is often banded around about these things.
Yeah, it's definitely. It's definitely, but it's a good point, Greg. You're absolutely right. We kind of run it very much like a sort of green path thing. It's like nothing's going to go wrong, right? So it's going to be perfectly fine. So we don't have to worry about that.
I do the same.
As we've seen it. Yeah, exactly. We know that doesn't always work out.
No.
So
I remember sending Tom Landy off at London Heresy to go and buy a new printer that morning. It just didn't work, and 40 quid or whatever, but it's there. It's something that you don't plan for, and it comes down to bite you in the arse. So Company of Legends, the show's progressed, putting out content over the last year, which has been good. Have you taken anything from 2020 to move? Obviously you've taken like the bad aspects of Company of Legends having to be postponed and reviewing that. Anything else hobby wise?
It's not necessarily always been a bad thing in regards to Company of Legends, to be fair. Just to carry on with that sort of, it's given me and Graham some time to do a couple of things that we'd kind of toyed with, and it's allowed us the time to sort of firm up to put properly in place for the upcoming events, which has been a positive thing. It's not been all bad. It's not all bad.
But I mean, I think the other sort of other positive, I suppose, it's been interesting how the community's been over the last year. I think, there's been some ups and downs, I think, in that regard. There's been some fairly vociferous kind of comments on places like Crusade and Heresy and things like that, which, sometimes, you shouldn't really read the comments, I suppose, but they always, it always feels a little bit bad, when you see something escalating to a point where it's just sort of a little bit crazy sometimes.
Yeah.
So I don't know whether that's so indicative of the fact, that people aren't, they aren't having that social interaction, if you like, in the heresy scene. That basically our only way of really communicating is, like this or via Facebook or something along those lines. And maybe that, leads to a kind of echo chamber sort of thing. But I mean, with the book coming out rather, I think that was a big plus, and people were really glad to see that. And I think that's generally been reviewed pretty well. I haven't heard any bad things myself. I mean, I know there's probably some cases out there, where people have sort of questioned things, but the people that I've spoken to, Dark Angels players and Night Lords players, seem pretty happy, to be honest. So I think that's been a big positive. What about you, Chris?
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing that I was saying taken away is sort of often in the past with certainly Facebook, I've tried to not get involved too much.
Sure.
It's I know that doing the show I should, but I've just always been sort of hesitant to do it. But this year, I think because I know that people have sent us like a lot of messages saying, "Oh, thanks, you've kept our hobby going" and stuff like that. I'm sure you've had the same thing. I've felt like we needed to engage more, so we've kind of tried to interact more, and we're really lucky because in our little corner of the internet on the listeners page for us, there's a really good group there, and it's always really positive content. So trying to engage with that a lot more. That's sort of the thing for me is trying to sort of interact with the people that sort of listen to our nonsense every month.
Yeah.
And also on other pages, like, just Blood Angels.
It's always a bit difficult. I find it quite tricky, particularly on, getting involved in like something on Crusade and Heresy or something like that, because I don't know. I always feel like, I'm just going to step away from that particular thing because I just don't. Sometimes I feel that I suppose the worry is, and if I'm honest, the way the sort of community's been, the worry is that you kind of have this, you may have a minority view that somehow reflects on the rest of the hobby. And that, I think, could be quite a barrier for entry for other people coming into the hobby.
Big time.
And I think that's what worries me the most, where you see these really sort of flame war-y things, and they're some of them are even getting into sort of quite personal, and you're thinking, if I was coming along and I'd just been playing 40k for a bit,
and such like.
yeah, and if I'd been playing 40k for a bit, and then I thought, I wonder what Heresy's like, and then you kind of see this stuff and you're thinking, Jesus. I mean, I suppose if you're playing 40k, that happens. I mean, sure, it happens in all kind of groups and all hobbies, but that worries me, I think, because Heresy was used to be, or felt like it was a bit of a kind of refuge from that, if that makes any sense. It was like its own little island of sort of awesomeness.
Yeah. I don't think it was. I think the issues have changed. I think we've had issues right from the start of the Heresy Master Race, the resin purists who would denigrate anyone who wanted to use plastic marines.
I had a chat the other day going on. What was it? Was it Land Speeder? I can't remember.
Land Speeder or Land Raider, I think.
But he was saying that there wasn't. It was the assault bike,
right?
Basically, an assault bike. And he was going, there isn't a model for it. I was like, well, yeah, you just get it from Games Workshop. And he was like, no, that's a 40k model.
Yeah.
Like, how is it any different? It's the same bloody thing.
It's similar conversations, and they are in the minority, to be fair, but they can be loud, and that is the issue. Similar issues with plastic rhinos, with plastic land raiders, anyone using any mark of armor that even modified, lots of different things like that. And I think that's always been there, and I think there is an element of the community which does like to feel superior because they play Heresy.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't think that will ever change, and I think they are prevalent in other game systems, but with a smaller community, they stand out more.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. That is a good point.
What was interesting was you talked about not seeing any negatives from Book 9, like before it came out and the first few weeks of it came out. I saw a lot. It's too small, and Night Lord's rules are just the same, and the fluff pages are only this much, and this, and Dark Angels are completely broken and don't work, and all this. And actually, I think that really has disappeared. I think if you talk to people now about Book 9, it is quite positive from the vast majority of people. I think Book 9 is a very good book.
I think if the content is good enough quality, the quantity doesn't matter so much.
I'd rather read I'd rather watch a 90-minute film of perfection. Something I'm trying to think. There's some cracking 90-minute films out there, like real all-time great 90-minute films. Or you can go and watch 3 hours of something that is average. Well, I'd choose to watch whether it's Back to the Future or something like that. That's 90 minutes rather than 3 hours of Twilight.
Yeah, it's a good point. Another good point. I suppose it's, like I said, I think it's, whether that is maybe my sort of rose-tinted spectacles. I suppose because sort of coming into Heresy from...
Bear with me 1 second, guys, because Magnus is trying to eat plastic. Bear with me. I'm going to pause this.
No worries.
Sorry about that, gents. One of the few times that Magnus has actually fully interrupted the show by being an idiot and doing wrong, not just meowing.
We're used to cat involvement, so
it's usually Mr. D's cat or my dog's barking or something.
Exactly, the Heresy does have a bit of I think you said on last episode, actually, there was a bit of a feature of cats in Heresy. Yeah. It's all good.
So I'm trying to remember what's talking about there. Just the general, maybe me being a bit rosy at spectacles about how the community was or is or can be. And I guess, like I said, coming from I remember the distinct moment, that sort of move away from 40k to Heresy way back in the day, and what the community there was like in comparison to what the Heresy community was. And I think that there's a lot of people who are really interested in making sure that kind of ethos is maintained, but without becoming gatekeepers. And I think gatekeepering can be really difficult, and
yes,
that irks me quite a lot, because it's like, what's the point of being a gatekeeper? You're kind of excluding somebody from the hobby. That the more people are in the hobby, the more people are going to have the chance to interact with and play. It just doesn't make any sense.
It's a power thing. It's a superiority thing. But it's they don't. People who do it don't understand how damaging it is to themselves. I think I think there are elements of, we're talking about this, like 90% of the posts on Crusade and Heresy or wherever are fine, are great. It's those few, but they generate this kind of momentum. I do think it helps, like with 40k particularly, there's so many different groups now that I roughly know where I want to get my 40k content from, or Age of Sigmar or whatever, and so I don't interact with those kind of people who I have issues with, because I just don't see them very often. And I think where, Chris, you said you felt like you should engage more. Why should any of us feel like we have to engage with an aspect of a community that we don't get enjoyment out of, and don't I will counter arguments where I believe it should be done and will have an effect. There are certain names that appear in all communities where I'm like, well, there's no point replying to that person, because that's their decision. They won't see reason either way. And I'm not saying I'm right all the time, but they won't even engage. So you know what? Cool. What's the point?
The blinkers are on. But I think because of this is gonna. I'm not trying to sound grandiose here, but I think ourselves, yourself, almost have a slight responsibility, because this is what people spend time listening to us, talking
fools.
The numbers that we talk on all our podcasts. Absolutely, fools is the correct opinion. But I think we kind of have to have a slight responsibility about standing up for the better elements of the community, because the community takes the time to listen to us, and I think that's kind of something that I've sort of got involved with this year, where I can, where I've thought, like you say, where it's appropriate.
Yeah, I think it's always a tricky one, because it's like I said, from my point of view,
they listen or not is another matter.
Yeah, I was going to say, usually people very rarely do on sort of Facebook, but you can still have a good discussion with people, particularly about things like rules, without it becoming like a slanging match,
Yeah,
and I think that's good, when you can say, actually, I hadn't thought about that, and quite often I've said, oh, this, and then somebody said, oh yeah, but what about this? And it's like, oh crikey, I never thought about that, and that's great. I like those kinds of discussions a lot.
Yeah.
So I think it is possible. I think there is still, like you say, there are areas of the community where you can engage, and those things can be made the difference. But
and it's important to understand. Some people will just say, "I'm a fanboy who loves everything." There are aspects of Games Workshop, of individual games, that I really think need looking at, and I've pointed quite a few of them out on various shows, and talked about them. I personally would love a second edition of Age of Darkness. I think there's a lot that can be done within what is a fun rule set, and there's a lot that can be done to improve it. But so it's not like we're sitting here, saying everything's rosy and ignoring everything.
Oh no, absolutely.
And that's key to But at the end of the day, when Sultavitz comes up at £30, he's £30. Like. There's no point sitting here screaming and raging about the price of him. You pay it or you don't.
Exactly.
At the end of the day, there's only so much you can do, and screaming on a forum that isn't anything to do with GW achieves very little.
I think that's the thing. I suppose it's I suppose whether that's got worse over the last year. I suppose if we sort of segueing back into the sort of 2020 thing or not, I don't know.
I think it's had moments. I think there's been high point moments of it happening, whereas it hasn't. It doesn't feel like it's been going on all the time, but when it has, it's kind of erupted a little bit. And we're all living in strange times.
Totally. I think there have been. To be fair, I do think there have been a lot of other. I mean, we tend to, as humans, kind of focus on the bad aspects of things, and I think there's been some really great things community-wise that I think have been really cool. I really liked the card thing. I don't know if you saw that. Because you must be in it. The thing that Andrew did from.
I'm just waiting for mine to turn up. Yep.
All right, they're really really nice, and I think that was a really nice thing. mean, I know it's a bit, well, obviously because I've got my pictures in the card, but I don't think the card that wasn't although I am a terrible narcissist. But I just think it was a nice thing, it was something that was kind of like a positive. And when the community kind of gets together and does cool things, I think that's been really interesting. The other thing I suppose that I've kind of shied away from, because I'm always a bit wary of them, and I probably shouldn't be, but I don't know what you think, Greg, is the kind of emergence, if you like, of these kind of customized rule sets in certain events. Like the Mournival rule set, for example, where people, have gone away and looked at certain units and certain things and started to make their own kind of riffing on those things to improve them. Now, to be fair, I've not looked at them and I've not been to an event that's used them, but I think that's an interesting development as well, insofar as, the community itself going, actually, you know what, we want to try and do something different. And we know that maybe the amount of releases or the amount of, content coming from Forge World, for whatever reason, isn't as quick as we'd like, and we'd like some changes done. So we're going to make them ourselves rather than just sit there and moan about it. So I think that's been quite interesting. And like I said, that's a strange development. It's almost like a rule set that has almost sort of taken on its own life. I don't know what your view on that is, Greg.
It's an awkward one. So I'm all...
I think you're a bit like me. I'm always really wary of fan-made rules.
Well,
always.
There's a little bit of that. Maybe we're just old curmudgeons. Maybe that.
I think it's because maybe we remember things like in White Dwarf, where you could go and build your own thing with the vehicle rules, and you end up with these massively overpowered things that people would take to events and stuff.
I think there's an element of me that sees something that people are making that takes off really well, who then goes, yeah, but is it that good? Just to be contrary, but I think what they're doing with Mournival and everything else is really good in terms of it's more content, and great. Yeah. Choose to use it or don't choose to use it. It's more content, and that's not a bad thing, almost ever, just as long as it maintains the integrity of what the heresy is. Whether I choose to use it or not, they're not for me a lot of the time. I think there's enough in the game already to explore for me personally that I haven't explored. I don't play a huge amount of the time because I play all the different game systems. I think that changes things. If you only play Heresy, then maybe you have looked through everything you can do with your force. Cool. I also run events that are designed for lots of players, and I often have emails of, I've never really played Heresy, this is my first event. And therefore I try and stick to the rule book as much as possible to make it easy.
We were talking about the other day, actually, and my point of view, it tends to be, they are available, but they're not widely available.
They're not known about.
And so, if we allow them at Company of Legends, you can have two people that have got exactly the same army, but one guy's running a Mournival list with sort of 2 or 3 different units, and it could be a complete game changer. And
the worst thing is,
it's an advantage that is sort of.
For me, it's not even an advantage whether the units are better or not. Whatever, it's someone coming up and going, "Oh, I didn't know they could do that."
Yeah,
and having their game ruined by not knowing what's going on. Yeah. And there are ways around that, but that can cause problems. I think what you need to do if you're going to run an event with them is you need to highlight this uses Mournival event pack. Here are all the links, all the downloads. Go here, blah 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 blah. Yeah. Make yourself aware. Please be aware. People will be bringing rules you may not have seen before.
I
cool.
think that's how they have done it. I think it might have been Phosphorus Party or something like that. They had an event at might have been at Element Games actually, where they used just the Mournival rules. I think that's exactly the approach they took. But I think you're right. For people who are kind of new to Heresy or a couple of games of Heresy, we get that certainly at Company of Legends as well. It's a sensible thing to do to keep to the main rulebook where everybody knows what they're doing, I think.
And you know what? At the end of the day, just as long as there are events doing all kinds of different things, this is what I feel.
Fun,
I feel 40k has, because of the nature of Games Workshop's competitive impacts and the LVO and particularly the rankings. Although you can play any event you want, there seems to be this: we must play 2,000 points using missions out of here, blah blah blah, and suddenly every event is exactly the same. And I'm like, yeah, cool,
standard template.
you know what? If you want to run an event with all Mournival stuff, some people won't want to go to it. That's fine. Plenty of people will. If you want to run the rules with none of it, some people won't go to it because they can't use their Mournival event stuff. Cool. Someone else will take their place.
Yeah.
So
it's just finding that balance between sort of pleasing the masses and the specialists.
I think, but it does show. I mean, a really positive point from community point of view, I suppose, is that people are spending the time and effort, if you like, and like you say, Greg, there's almost like a broad spectrum of different events that you can go to when they're running during the year, and there's usually one pretty much every weekend for the whole of the year somewhere in the country. And like I say, they're all different. They're not cookie cutter events. People do different things, do different missions, do interesting things with the missions, different sort of stories that are being told. And I think that's a really cool thing. I think that's one of the strange things, I suppose, about the heresy community is not strange really, but it's just how community led it is. If you see what I mean, just look at this podcast. We're doing this. You're doing that. We're all running events. We're all giving up our sort of time and energy, if you like, to do things fundamentally for the betterment of the game, I guess. And I think that's a really great, massive selling point for this game, I think, is that community itself and the fact that there is all of that really cool content and all those people are really invested in it. Before the lockdown, I was able to sort of introduce a couple of people into heresy. People who'd come from maybe 6th or 7th edition 40k and hadn't played for a bit.
Yeah.
And that was really great. There's a couple of 3 or 4 people locally that have started playing now, because of that. And, we've got like the Battle Bunker in Sunderland where we have one night a month. And that's been great as well, for bringing people along to say, just come down and play, just bring your army. We'll do the intro games. We'll show you how the rules work. And, you can be as invested or as not invested as you like. But, if you've got 1,500 points or 1,000 points or whatever, that's cool. Just bring them in. We'll ally you with somebody and we'll have some games. And, that kind of thing has been really positive. And I think that's a really great thing as well about, heresy. I think that it seems to have that ethos, if you see what I mean. Maybe, again, I'm being super optimistic, but I really like that. That's something that I've really enjoyed, and I think that I've really enjoyed this year.
The one thing it has got is passion, and sometimes some of the negative elements come from a place of passion. And sometimes it's misplaced, and sometimes it's just just over the top, and sometimes it's it's just difference of opinions. But there is a lot of passion, and there are other communities that have similar. I think the Lord of the Rings community is one of the best online communities I've ever seen, and I'm only on the edges of it. And if we could get any closer to that, it would be amazing. But we've got a good community. There is lots of passion, lots of heat. I think my view as a podcaster is to put across, just be careful with what I'm putting across doesn't fuel into untruths, and I try and be as honest and as correct as possible when I'm talking about things. Don't always get it right, because that's life. But yeah,
sure,
it's all good.
Nature of the beast.
Indeed.
So it's funny you mentioned Lord of the Rings. I was having a chat with Tom Whitbrook the other day about Lord of the Rings, and he was saying about how awesome it is. It's just like, that is a game that sort of we've talked about playing at some point. Yeah. It's just like,
I've got 9 ring race to paint up somewhere.
I've got a Mordor army, and I've actually painted some trolls up. And
good man.
Actually, what was lovely about that, actually, just a complete segue, was that in there I was like, I don't know how to paint these, and people were super helpful.
Yes.
Really, really helpful. So to say, well, you to get that, this is how I would do it. This is the sort of thing that you want to do, and that was brilliant. There was no snarkiness with it. No. Sometimes you feel a bit, people are going to say, well, no, you need to do pin washing or some other crazy stuff that I can't do. But they were really open, and somebody kind of sent me a PDF of old White Dwarf article, saying this is how they are painted. Yeah. So that kind of thing. I think community-wise, we do have that locally, certainly, and I think that, like you say, it's probably 90% of things that you see online are like that. in our community. We just remember the 10% because they're the ones that generate all of the heat.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
Passion's no bad thing, right? I suppose, and that's the point. If people weren't saying anything, that would probably be worse. Right?
Exactly. Yeah, we got to move forward to what we got. Let's aim a little bit more towards the Lord of the Rings community, Mark. But it could be a lot worse. So we're moving on into 2021. Company of Legends is one this year. Hopefully, fingers crossed. Obviously we don't know when we're going to be in a position to play games and stuff, and I'm sure that will be one of the first things you'll want to do once we can. But what else have you got on the horizon that you're really looking forward to 2021?
I'm looking forward to seeing my brother in the flesh again.
Dave, is that Dave?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to again. I think it's for the longest period of time that we've not seen each other. It'd just be nice to see everybody. See yourself, Mark. All the guys that we normally see and catch up with a couple of times a year. It's just going to be nice to sort of see our mates again. I'm not too worried about throwing dice. I do it rarely. Yeah. It's not a big part of my life, but I very much enjoy seeing everybody and
You see, that's the thing that's the thing that I've missed the most, to be honest. And that's that. Because luckily, like in the Northeast, there's just so many kind of gaming clubs in a really geographically small area. And I think for me, what I'm looking forward to next year is that the local, other than the Company Legends stuff, which we'll always be really looking forward to, is to sort of the local sort of battle bunker thing. I want to run that the campaign that's in book 9. Yeah. Because I think that's really cool, and I really like the idea behind it as well. And I like there's a sort of mechanic in there that I really like, which is this, and it's done simply but well. I think to give you the idea that as the campaign goes on, the planets around you just get decimated by this. They're effectively useless at the end of your campaign. You've decimated everything, and like the local kind of sort of people sort of giving you help or facilities or engaging in them, and then that changing as well. So I really like that kind of thing, and so I think that's something that I'm looking forward to trying to run locally, like once a month, with this sort of battle bunker group. Other things that I'm looking forward to, I suppose, I'm going to finish off my Mechanicum. So I've decided to go all in, contrary to years of besmirching the name of the Mechanicum.
Still sounds weird to me.
I know, it's not right, is it? It's not right. No. But I'm going to get the 3,000 points of that painted. So that's my current project. And then I'm going to go all in with some Night Lords, I think.
Cool.
And I'll do another traitor army. So and I think they're quite cool. And, looking at the rules, and had a good chat with Mark Frost. And it was really good fun. I think, actually, you know what? That's an army that I could probably have quite a lot of fun with. So other than that, in terms of what else, could potentially come this year, who knows? In terms of the sort of rules and things, because that's the thing that I'm more of a player than a painter. Like I say, I try and play every week where I can. And so that's the thing that I've missed the most. So it'd be good to see if, with potential, some of the changes, whatever's going to happen at Forge World, whether we will eventually get an FAQ. I know people are kind of clamouring for it, and it's a big topic of heat and debate, but that would be a nice thing to have, I think, just to iron out some of the little inconsistencies of things. It would be just nice to get those done, and that would be in fact, that would be the one thing. There's one thing for me that I would love to see, other than another book with maybe better world eaters in, would be that's the FAQ, some of the tidying up of some of the rules that constantly sort of seem to circle back to that cause a bit of argument or interpretation.
Assuming they get answered in that FAQ.
There's going to be at least one that doesn't. There's always going to be something.
It's always one.
Always going to be one. I mean, you're absolutely right, Greg. Yeah, I mean, assuming that doesn't throw more confusion onto the fire.
Yeah.
But it would be nice. Things that have been rattling around for years and years. Just be nice to get those kind of clarified. I think that would be lovely. Just as a sort of, from a player point of view, from an event organizer point of view.
Yeah.
That would be really cool. But yeah, other than that, I don't know, really.
And the show just doing what it's doing, I suppose.
Yeah,
we got some.
We still enjoy
feedback.
it, you know.
Yeah.
So
we did get some. From the listener survey, we got some interesting things, you know, because we tend to ramble, as you can probably tell by the fact that we're already rambling on this. And there's tangents ahoy all over the gaff. And goodness knows, you know, we say, oh, look, lads, we're going to record. And so we've got 4 hours. We can't go over 4 hours, right? And it's like we're 4 hours into recording and we've done like 2 segments.
Yeah.
And so we end up giving up, you know, Sundays now to do recording as well as in the week. And there's only so much of that I think our respective partners are going to put up with. So the thing that somebody suggested, maybe splitting the show into 2 segments, you know, and maybe recording it in one, but releasing it in 2 bits, if you see what I mean. So maybe once every 2 weeks, rather than releasing a 7-hour opus every month, maybe split that up to something smaller. So there's that. I think the show, I think some things we want to try and do. You know, we've got some good ideas and some good feedback from people. I think maybe getting some more ideas and interviews with people outside of our own little bubble, you know, the 4 of us, you know, and expanding that more. We did some of that for Christmas, which was nice. And just trying to sort of engage in the community people, really, you know, try and get some more sort of listener content in the show, you know, and conversations with people, because I really enjoy that. And we've done quite a lot of that in the last month or so. It's been a lot of fun.
We've kind of had so many conversations, so many different people. And, I think also the thing is you're wary of taking up people's time. You know, we don't have to do it, but you know, we kind of have to do it. And so we're always a bit mindful that, you know, we're going to sit down with someone and say, "Oh, can you give us 4 hours of your time on a Sunday afternoon?" You sort of, "Oh, do I really want to, you know, put them to it?" You know, but people always seem to be more than happy to do it. But yeah, you know, the shows, you know, we're always amazed that, you know, we still get more than 5 downloads. So you know, as long as that continues, you know, we'll continue. But yeah,
that's the way. That's the way to be. And
yeah, I mean, for me, I mean, I'm a year behind on painting, so I really want to get my demons done this year. You know, I was toying with starting another army. I was like, no, I've still got one to do from last year. So
you and me, bro. When I point something out and the missus says, "Are you going to get one?" and I'm like looking at my Space Wolves and my demons and my Custodes, and you're going, "No, probably not." Okay, so from Forge World next year, apart from an FAQ, is there something, a model that you really want to see next year, or
is there a model I want to see next year? I'd like to see rules for a model. I want them in Ixion Hail to have some rules at last. I mean, that's only been 4 years, 3 years maybe. I'd love to see the Emperor. I mean, that would be I do have a third party a model of the Emperor, but I'd like to see a Forge World Emperor to go with the Golden Boys.
Yeah, just to make that lovely diorama. I mean, I'm trying to think for me what would be the atomatic pavase for the Deredeo.
Just otherwise known unicorn.
You've got to give up on that, mate.
That's never going to happen, is it? I think for good reason as well.
I think it's in the same bag as the weapon sprue for Myrmidons.
Yes.
The thing is, it wouldn't be so bad if they didn't keep putting the rules in for the. You know, they redid the Deredeo and they put it in. Now would have been the perfect time to get rid of it when they did the rejig of it. But no, there it is, still in there. So coming to us at some point.
We got some surprise tanks, right? I mean, I didn't imagine, you know, the Aquita Bombard and the Sabre. They kind of left fielded. They kind of came from nowhere, really. And I thought they were really cool little tanks.
Yeah.
I was very disappointed to see, Greg, that you weren't pushing the Aquita Bombard as model of the year. You know, you'd gone very route one with the Lion. I thought the Aquita Bombard really deserved more.
It's a cracking model. It's just not. Absolutely. It's just not the Lion. It's just not a Primarch, is it?
Yeah, I mean, I think like any new tank for me, obviously, Greg, that would be lovely.
Shocking.
There's still, you know, I think that would be great to see. But I think they've pretty much covered their bases there. I don't think there's anything that's outstanding in terms of. There is one model that's from back in the day, I think, which has like a really great artillery piece. I forget what it's called now, but it rocks up sometimes in the sort of Penelope of War thing.
Lovely lady.
Domitaros or something. But anyway, other than that, mate, I think, for me, I think that would probably be it. I mean, character-wise,
If it's not got tracks in it, you're not particularly bothered, are you? So.
That is unfortunately the truth. That does sound very heretical, but fundamentally, if it's not got tracks in it, my interest is going to wane, let's be honest.
I don't think I've answered this in the show, so I'm going to say Sisters of Silence jet bikes.
See, it was which book is it in?
They're mentioned.
The one where they talk about the flyer.
Right, yeah. Can't remember.
Lost and the Damned, is it? I think.
Maybe.
And they talk about the Sisters of Silence flyer. I was like, oh, that'd be cool.
Yeah, I think because that would work.
That range needs some more
for 40k as well. So I think they might be lining up a release with that. Well, no, I don't think that. I hope that that we get more because I love the Sisters and I love my Talon's army combined.
A shot in the arm model range wise because it's two kits if that. So
they haven't got a lot.
No,
it's one box and one box, a tank and a character pretty much.
Custodian's got book. You might get your own book as well at some point. So it's always the dream.
Yeah, who knows? Either way, I'm
do you
sure
think they would? I suppose the other thing that people have said is, we've speculated because of course we love speculation, is whether they will ever redo the red books. And one of the things that's been talked about, like we know what we're talking about, is whether they would actually then sort of say, okay, this is all the sort of Legion Astartes stuff, from all of the books. Here's the sort of traitor legions. Here's the loyalist legions. Here's everything else. Something along those lines, rather than having to lug these massive, black books around. I
mean, I don't think Games Workshop are abandoning the heresy.
No,
and therefore, at some point, it will need a second edition, and it will need new red books because if you play Space Wolves, if you play Custodes, if you play Custodes, you've either got to bring 2 black books and still some other bits and pieces that you've downloaded as well. If you play any Space Marine Legion. From those books, Blood Angels or whatever, you need to bring that black book plus again all those pages of all the different unit types that you don't have in a red book somewhere. There's plenty there that needs to be done. So at some point, the question is, when is that point? And this is, it's a big question. And if they have that point again, like they plan X amount of months in advance, if they know that point's coming. Then, like, if they're going to do a second edition, then why would you reprint those books before a second edition? You wouldn't do it. If you're going to reprint those books, why would you put an FAQ out now before those books are changed? You wouldn't do it. So, not saying any of those things are happening, but they all connect with each other.
I see what you mean.
So it's more to think about than just putting this out. And why haven't we seen that? Well, that's because in a year's time we might see something else which affects X. So we don't see behind the scenes at the end of the day. But
very good.
It would be nice somewhere to have some idea of what's going on, just a smidgen of an idea.
Just a vague roadmap.
Yeah, that would be lovely. That's a great. That would be definitely on the wish list, wouldn't it? Just a vague, promises, no guarantees, a sort of potential forecast for things that may be happening in the future.
Also, we haven't had the events that they would the weekenders and stuff, and normally there's at least some hints towards the future at weekenders. So
well, my hope is we get our monthly heresy slot back. They can't talk about the book too far in advance, fair enough, but there could be other things that we get a monthly. It won't be called Road to Thramas because that's been and gone, but they can change the title to something heresy based, and we can get something along the lines of what Titanicus gets. Maybe not Necromunda because I think Necromunda sales are make it a bit of a different beast than Titanicus, us, Lord of the Rings, and maybe not Lord of the Rings, but who knows? But it's just some regular chat because I think we know we know there's stuff coming at the end of the day, because there's been enough little drops and bits and pieces, and you can read between the lines, and Anuj's LinkedIn profile and all those little bits which show there's stuff coming, and there's lots of stuff still to make. Yeah.
No, that is true. I think it's. I suppose. I think the heresy, even with the year, because it's a testing time when there aren't the events, when there aren't the people playing constantly. It's a difficult time for people. I guess unless you're a painter or other aspects, but it's weathered that particular storm so far, right? And it still feels as strong and as vibrant as it was before the COVID thing, for me anyway.
Well, I've said this to a couple of people in this episode, actually, but for just over a year now, I've just had this general kind of feel from seeing people chat that there's this kind of, it's not an upsurge, but this gentle roll in of interest in the heresy, of something happening, and I think that's a healthy way to grow as well. Because it's real.
When you look through the Legion sort of Facebook groups, there's always new people coming in.
Yeah,
I don't remember there being a single 2 days in either the Blood Angels and Imperial Fist ones that I'm part of where someone hasn't gone, oh hi, I'm just joining from 40k, or I'm just starting from fresh. Or
how many of them write in there that Saturnines had something to do with it?
Oh, probably more than I paid attention to.
Yeah, so I think maybe that is one of the driving factors is the Siege of Terror series, and particularly Saturnine. But we're going to get Mortis next month, and looks like the character series isn't going to stop, and they're going to look at other bits and pieces as well. So that all helps, drive up excitement. So all the time we're getting books. I don't think they're going to leave the Heresy series, the Heresy time era alone once they've finished either, because it sells.
Yeah, that's it. You don't have a massive New York Times best-selling series and go, no, that'll do, thanks. We can
so
knock it on the head.
Groovy. Well, thank you very much for coming on, gents.
Thank you. It was a pleasure. It's really good to chat.
That half-hour chat turned into about an hour, but it's...
Sorry, that's what happens when you get us on.
Have you listened to my show?
At least it was only the two of us. It would have been all of us. You'd have been a real bother.
It would have been horrific.
I would have cracked the whip. All good. Anyway, take care, guys.
Cheers, Greg. Thanks very much, mate.
Bye-bye.
I would like to welcome back to the show Mr. David Brains. How are you doing, sir?
I'm great, Greg. Yourself?
Yeah, can't grumble. Can't grumble. We all know you and love you from the 30k channel. You've been plugging away through 2020, even though it's been a bit more difficult. How has that been since March, trying to keep the show going?
It's been really wild, actually, but we've been really lucky because I did have a full schedule pretty much for the entire, or for the rest of the year. So that was really nice to fill up. And okay, you get your occasional dropout and stuff, but then obviously when lockdown was announced and then people couldn't come over and stuff, that was really, really tough. So, obviously couldn't have people over. So I had these kind of shows in the back of my mind that I wanted to do, but I wanted to take a lot longer to research them and get them all kind of locked down and sorted, but just didn't have time in the end. So that's where I came up with Setting the Scene. I can't remember the name of my own 3 shows now. Back to School and Firefight. Because they kind of plugged a few gaps that the channel doesn't quite do, and it's kind of a halfway house between trying new stuff. So it was a good opportunity to start those. But and they've been quite successful. But it's not the same as producing a 3K game and putting that out every week. But thankfully, people have liked them, and it's kept me going. If I'm honest with you, because obviously if you don't put out content, no one's going to be interested, are they? So. But it's been really hard. It's been really hard. Lots of people have wanted to come on and they can't quite get here, and it's been quite frustrating, really. I've rebooked stuff 3 or 4 times in the event that things would have relaxed a little bit, but it hasn't. So, yeah, really disappointing. But we're surviving, thankfully, and that's only because people have supported me, because, as I say all the time, if I wasn't, I would fold overnight. It's that precarious, unfortunately, but that's the way it is.
Yeah, it's, with what you do, there's a lot of podcasting. I bought my gear however many years ago, and I can add little bits as and when. But if I had no money coming in from people, I could do this as it is, barring something going horribly wrong. What you're doing, a lot more equipment. There's a lot more time editing video as well,
sure.
and things like that as well. But yeah, I can appreciate that. You did manage to get some people in while we were in tiers, while we were allowed to go out and see people. What kind of experience was that compared to normal? I can imagine that being a little bit trying at times.
Yeah, it was, and usually the format is I stand in the middle, and my two guests are either side of me, and we chat, and it makes the conversation look a little bit more fluid and a little bit more natural. But then, we had to keep distancing, which was okay, because I was kind of one side doing my bit, and then the two guests were doing their bits apart, and so the conversations were still good, but it was sometimes weird when I was talking to camera and the other two people were off to my left-hand side, and I couldn't look them in the eye, which felt really weird. And quite often, if you see those videos, they'll be looking across the room at me when ideally they wouldn't look at the camera, because we're talking to the viewers, perhaps not necessarily each other. So that was quite fun. But obviously that adds editing time, because you've got to then sync the videos, layer the videos on top of each other, make sure everyone nods in the right place and all that sort of stuff. But it was a bit of a pain. But then also as well, dice rolling, because when someone rolls a dice during a game, you want to be next to them so you can see the result and you can work out in your head, or that AP goes onto that model, or whatever. So that was quite tricky. So we kind of had to do them at a distance. So one person rolled, the other had to come over and have a quick look and go, oh yeah, that's 3 wounds, whatever. And so it was a pain. So I think in the end, we just got rid of dice rolls in the end. Well, we have generally, but it was just too hard, so we had to get rid of them. But it's I do still think though the games are still valid. They are still good games. They're not bad ones, for example. But they were just a bit tricky. That's all, and we all had to be a bit. It's like when two hobbyists get in the same room, or three hobbyists get in the same room. You just want to talk hobby and models and stuff, and it's a really enthusiastic thing. And and although we still had that, you couldn't have that closeness that you felt. And in the booth as well, it's super tight in there. If anyone's ever been on the channel, they know themselves. It's a slightly smaller booth than it was before, but we got round it. It was all right. No one's got ill, or no one's had anything worse happen to them, so we're okay. It's good.
Have you, in going through all that, have you learned? Was there anything you've taken forwards that you're going to be looking at? Were there aspects of stuff you were forced to do that's made you rethink how you're going to move forwards?
Yeah, there was actually. I know 100% my intros and my outros are far too long. I can't help myself. I just ramble, but I'm really enthusiastic about setting the game up, because I want my viewers to understand the effort that people have made to get there, and the effort we put into list building and making sure it's a good game, and we're trying to get rules and everything else. But so going forward, I know that the intro and outros need to be a little bit tighter, a little bit quicker. But I think more about those shows, really, the firefight, setting the scene, and the back to school. I definitely think there's a great opportunity to film a lot more, but they do require quite a bit of research, particularly the rules, because we live in a world that we don't have a perfect rule set, and some rules can be quite hard to figure out. And I did mess up one of them quite badly, really, and I had to put loads of errors and stuff on it. So that was my fault. But there is. I found that people do love the battle reports, which is great, but there's also a massive avenue for lots of other interesting type content. And I kind of reviewed that in my Christmas 2020 thing. So lots of people want lots of stuff, but because I'm one man, I can only produce X, Y, and Z. If you want more, I need other bits for that. But lots to learn. But, we'll get there eventually, I'm sure.
I think a lot of people, the way we look back on 2020 in even 2 or 3 years' time, hopefully, I see in and out of the hobby world, there's going to be people who look at, that gave us an opportunity, or that forced us to adapt what we were doing. Yeah. And within that, we've taken that opportunity. The amount of people I know who won't be working a 5-day week in an office anymore, won't be travelling 2 hours into London to do their job every day. They will still be doing it, but not every day. And that, it's a huge fundamental life change for them. Obviously we're dealing with hobby shows and things, but it's opened avenues, or forced opened avenues that, and I think people who are successful, who do good things, have adapted. And moving forwards, if we ever have anything similar to this again, which we probably will at some point, we can go into it going, right, it's not going to be easy, but we're going to be forced to look at what we do, and there will be opportunities in that. And I think that's the only way you can deal with something that's so kind of impactful upon what you're doing. Life hasn't been great for a lot of people.
I agree. It's a classic line, is it? Adapt or die, and the pressure for me was huge, and I figured, well, it's a great opportunity to paint stuff and model stuff, which everyone in the whole world has done. We've started to clear our backlog, so we've taken that advantage of that opportunity of not being, like you say, commuting to and from work, and we've put an extra hour into our hobby, or a couple of hours a week, which has been amazing. And if you don't adapt like that, and you don't make new shows, and you don't make use of all the terrain and all the bits and bobs I've got, then I could have just folded overnight, couldn't I? But I couldn't do that. I had to do something, and thankfully it was well received. But adapt or die, and I think we've all proved that we can. So it's a great thing. It's been hard, but it's been good as well.
Well, it's the history of humanity, isn't it? We as a species, we've changed. Everything that's come at us, we've changed and we've pushed through. And as a species, we continue to survive and to do what to live and change. And you can boil that down a little bit, because we're just talking about toy soldiers, but the principle's still the same. So how was your personal 2020? You got I've seen you putting up videos and links on social medias for doing painting. A lot of that for the show, I'm assuming.
All for the show.
All for the show.
Yeah, all for the show. It has to be, really, and I can't take on all the paint as well. So I have Dan Wheeler painting a lot of Adeptus Titanicus for me, and I've just been trying to push on with Zone Mortalis, really. And in a way, lockdown has done me a favour, because if people did expect Zone Mortalis shows in June, which I promised I would have in June, but do you know what? I just could not deliver, because the sheer volume of work I've got was unbelievable. So in a way, I'm glad, because it's allowed me to hang it out for a little bit longer. I'm getting close now, really close. But so that's been a bit tough. But always for the show. I very rarely take time to paint stuff myself, but I'm glad now that Mechanicum, in my eyes, are pretty much finished where I want them to be, and they can be used. I'm glad I'm not painting an army for a tournament, or to get on a show for a game. So scenery, I'm forever painting and building scenery, all for the show. So it's been good. Excellent.
So next Black Book, or however it's going to be, and they release Dark Mechanicum, is that going to affect your Mechanicum opinions?
Well, do you know what? I would like to say yes, but for me, it all depends on the models, because if they only bring out 4 models, like they did the demon models, they brought out the brutes, and they went, well, here's 4 models, good luck for you the rest of it, then that's not going to tempt me to do Dark Mechanicum. But some of you may or not know, but I need to push on with the Death Guard and the Solar Auxiliary. That's my next 2 major projects after Zone Mortalis is finished. But if they bring out a decent model line for Dark Mechanicum, then I'm sure they could sneak in at some point. I might have to paint some in a more of a dark, moodier fashion, because mine are quite red and loyalist, so I might have to go down a different path with the painting. But just so excited to see what they come up with. The opportunity to create models for that army is going to be wild, I think. Yeah, and hopefully we get to see that going forwards. So 2020, a year of a year of overcoming challenges, I think is probably the way to say it. We're looking ahead to 2021, and yours is going to be slightly different. Oh man, it's going to be a bit wild. well, hopefully everyone knows by now, but yeah, I'm moving back to New Zealand in June, which I'm really excited about. I lived there for 7 years, from 2005 to 2012. Then obviously came back to England and started the channel pretty much 2013, 14, I think, I can't remember. So really excited to be going back. I am taking the channel with me. I was in two minds about whether to do it or not, because I was a bit concerned that, you know, heresy isn't as big as it is in New Zealand, as it is in the UK rather. But then Australia is pretty close, so my plan is to hopefully jump across the Tasman and get some games in Sydney and all the amazing heresy that happens in Australia. It's quite phenomenal, really. There's been lots of publications and bits and bobs and some great armies that have come out of Australia. So I'm hoping to cover some of that. But moving forward, you know, we talked about, you know, the shows I filmed in 2020. I one thing I learned is that the channel is very, very fragile. And a big upset like that, or a severe drop in subscribers can sink me quite quickly. So next year will all be about future proofing, and I hope to employ someone full time to be my full time opponent, I guess. And between that person and I, we hope to get a lot of the legions painted and all these little shows that I've talked about, and when I did my review of 2020, all those shows that people want, I'm hoping to get them out, because battle reports are fine, but there is a massive demand for lots of other content. And, you know, if you've got two people full-time working on that, then the content you could potentially put out is quite huge. And I think for £4.50, what you'll get in July onwards from 2021 will be unmatched. I think that sounds a bit of a bold claim, I know, but I do think it will be unmatched. So,
well, I mean,
it's exciting.
Yeah, when the whole methodology behind the channel was to be different. Right from the start. So, you know, being bold was your thing. So, you know, yeah, cool. You know, it's great to see people who aren't afraid to step out there and try and, you know, be something new and stand out in terms of that kind of thing. It's exciting. So there's going to be that period where you're in between. Have you got that covered in terms of setting up releases?
Yes. Yeah. Well, this is the trickiest part. This is where everything could come unstuck. I can film enough one-man shows, and I need 20 shows to tie me over from the channel being shipped on the 1st of April rather, to when it lands in Auckland 2 months later, providing all the shipping lanes are open and the ports are open, there's no major complications. So I need 20 shows to be filmed to fill that gap. So I can easily film 20 shows, but they are just me talking to camera, which I appreciate isn't the most exciting thing in the world. So I have provisionally booked 2 weeks with two separate people in March to film 2 series of games, kind of linked games that will provide enough content to do that. I'm also working on a little side game. I'm just going to call it Monsters versus Robots for the moment until I can get a bit more details out there. So that's another 5-part series game that we're going to film as well, and that will be enough content to tie me over. But obviously, if everyone's in stage 4 or tier 4 or tier 10 or whatever, no one can visit, then that's going to be extremely tough. So, you know, it's all on a wing and a prayer, really. And of course, if I can't book a flight to Auckland for the 1st of June, then I'm probably going to stay till the end of the year. So we just don't know right now. But I'm hoping tiers will be relaxed maybe in February, perhaps, and then I shall just work every weekend to get content and during the week to fill, and hopefully I can get these linked games filmed. But I won't leave viewers with no content to watch on a Friday. There will always be something going out on a Friday, always.
I think that's been one of the hardest things for me, is having no there's no end date, and it becomes I said right at the start of this, if you told me it would be a year, but we know at the end of that year that we'll be free of this, then then at least you could set your mind to something and you can get through it. And not having that date, it just, as you say, people have asked me, are you going to run an event? And I'm like, not till I know I can run an event, because I don't want to have to deal with that kind of thing. So yeah, it is tricky. Fair play to you. I'm sure we'll hopefully, with vaccines getting out and everything else, that we'll start to see that upswing.
But it might be a prerequisite. New Zealand might say that you won't be allowed in the country unless you've got the vaccine. But also as well, the standard practice at the moment is that when you book your flight, you have to book isolation in a hotel for 2 weeks in the destination that you're going to. So provided we can fly the 1st of June, we'll fly to the airport, and then you get transferred direct to a hotel where you've got to stay in a room for 2 weeks, and then you can be allowed out. It's wild.
Make sure you've got some good books with you.
I'll do all the editing then as well.
That's it, yeah. Plenty of time.
Holy hell.
That's all right till the other half starts demanding your attention.
Yeah, should be one in planning trips around the South Island, and I'll just be one in editing games.
Yeah.
But
I feel your pain. Bless them. They do put up with a lot, don't they?
But she's the best, yeah.
So I suppose with that dominating your 2021, it becomes hard to plan a huge amount around that. Although obviously you're planning release of content, it becomes it's quite a full-on thing, isn't it? I mean, I'm not putting out anywhere near the content you're doing, but even just I went down to once a month for this show because it's just that constant conveyor belt of something's got to get out. Something's got to get out. I can't imagine doing that whilst also moving. I moved house. That was bad enough.
Sure.
But
do you know what? It is really hard, but I think if you love what you do and you want to continue it, then you've just got to do it. And I'll be honest with you, the channel has shaped my life for the last 4 years, and I don't mean that in a self-serving way. That's just fact. There are other things I want to do with my life or alongside, and unfortunately the channel has had to take priority. So I'm hoping one of the main reasons why we want to move back to New Zealand is because hopefully I will be able to have that balance that I haven't had for the last 4 years. So I don't mind another year of real hard slog to eventually get a bit more of a relaxed lifestyle, because I think ultimately I don't want to always be in front of the camera.
Sure.
I kind of want to be the guy at the back building the terrain or painting models and thinking of ideas, and I want a younger, keener person to front the show, and there's got a lot more heresy knowledge, because my knowledge of heresy is appalling. It's really bad. I mean, I read all the books and I've read most of them, but my memory retention isn't very good. So if I have a conversation with someone like you who knows quite a bit about the heresy, I get lost very, very quickly in conversations about that sergeant led that squad on that planet that was part of that ship that landed on that planet. I'm just like, blows my mind. So I'm hoping to find someone that has all of that really neat, cool information, and they can say, hey, look, this is the battle on blah, 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 where that person killed that person. I'm like, yeah, cool, let's recreate that. And I can go, right, we need a battlefield for this. We need 20 of them, 4 of those, fighter cars, la, la. That's the sort of guy I am.
Sure.
I'm not very factual in the historical or those bits. So
well, there's so much going on. I think it's hard to be I think one thing I got told, what was it, a few years ago, someone said they believe you can only truly follow 2 sports full on, because you just don't have the time and brain capacity. You could do it when you're younger and you can absorb, because you don't have the stresses and the pressures, but we only have so many channels of information that we can keep hold of, and you have to choose what they are. There's so much. Yeah, you're right. There's so much stuff I'd love to do that I have to go, actually, this is my main hobby. And the same with what you're doing there, obviously. So many plans I had that just get pushed to the wayside because there's only so much time and effort that you can put in.
Yeah, totally agree.
Until that millionaire sponsor wants to come on. I'm not asking for a huge wage. match my wage now, and that'll be fine. I could live with that.
That'd be nice,
but yeah, they obviously don't listen to this show, unfortunately.
Nor don't watch mine either. So we're in the same boat.
Right, or they're sitting there just cursing us. One of the two.
But that's the thing, if somebody wants to come and help and they can offer something that I can't, and and they're willing to give time, effort, and money like I do, then hey, give me an email. But you've got to live in Auckland. That's all I would say. But we're a broad church. It's not exclusive, but you find that a lot of people drift in and out of the channel, or they say they want to contribute to this, and okay, all right, fair enough. Well, can I have it by then? Well, no, because I've got kids to feed and I've got school to do, or I've got a job to do. I'm like, well, I have the same things, and I still manage it. So I don't think people appreciate what actually goes in, and then when they get involved, they're like, "Nah, this is too much. Thanks very much. See you later."
Yeah, absolutely. There's and it's the same with everything. I'm part of cricket and football teams, and every team has its core who do the work, and then they have, and I can't be. Like with the football team, I have to be a turn up and play guy because I'm committed to helping with other things. You can only do that, but with podcasting, every now and then I can come on and I can help out your show, and you're like, all right, what can you do? I've got 2 subjects to talk about, and I'm like, okay, that's great. Don't get me wrong, that's really nice, but if you want to be part of the show, it has to be more than that. It is what it is at the end of the day, and it takes it. We need listeners as much as we need content creators, don't we? Otherwise, we're all doing nothing. So that's really exciting. Your 2021 is going to be full of pressure, but hopefully a lot of enjoyment from the Heresy itself, from the official channels, from Games Workshop. Is there anything that you're really kind of jonesing for or hope that's coming in the next year?
I'll be honest with you. If I think selfishly for me, I perhaps would like a little bit more Solar Auxilia, and all I'm asking for is just some models for some rules that go out. So I'd love to see some extra. I'd love to see like a little squad of Velatari with some melter weapons or something, and I'd just like to see something like that. But my wish in general is that I talked about Soul Tarbits on my 2020 end of year show, and I talked about the rules for that model came out in book 1, and now we're at book 9, and we've got Soul Tarbits, and if you haven't listened to the stories, Soul's going to come back into the story. Spoiler alert, and that's great. But I think if you're an Emperor's Children player, and if you wanted to play a loyalist Emperor's Children way back when book 1 came out, that's great, but you had to buy your own model. So you probably needed to buy a Praetor base, some extras from here and there and here and there. So a model that costs 30 quid now probably cost 80 quid back at book 1, and I think that's really unfair. And I think if you're going to produce rules for stuff, I want a model. Do you know what I mean? And I keep banging on about this all the time, but I don't think it's too much to expect. And maybe some of the Solar Auxilia commanders. I think it's Et, and I can't remember his name. He's got really like three barreled name. He's really cool, and I get why they didn't make a model for him. There's actually someone that's built a model. I can't remember the guy on Instagram, but it is absolutely phenomenal. I get why you don't make models for that, but big Space Marine characters like Soul Tarbits, we should have had in book 1, But hey, I'm glad they've made it. But my wish is for all the players to have their models for rules we got back in 5 books ago. That's my wish. But whether that happened or not, Greg, I just don't know. But that's my wish.
I think there's a desire to fill the gaps. I don't know how extensive that desire is, whether it will cover every single thing. But just from kind of talking around at open days and stuff, I think there was a desire to sort those things out generally. I agree with you. I did hear another podcast saying kind of, why is it out now? Why bother now? It's like, well, if you do start an Emperor's Children loyalist army, then you've got him now, or new people to the hobby. So at least he's there now. But it would be moving forwards if we could get that out, and that might mean putting more models out before the books come out, right? So they're ready for the book, which would be quite cool as well.
I think the other thing that we don't have at the moment is obviously we didn't have a weekender, which was really unfortunate, and that is the date for any Heresy player to go to a weekender, and then they do give you a bit of a roadmap, don't they, for the next sort of year? You know, this happened on the timeline, and you know we might talk about this, we might do that, and I think we all need that because it's a bit of a pep talk for us guys, for us Heresy guys, to keep us hopeful, isn't it? But because we haven't had it, it's been quite absent, and it's a bit tough when you don't really know what's happening, and the studio is famously for lack of communication, so that was the real opportunity for people to ask some good questions and get an idea about what's coming out, and not having that has been quite tough, I think.
Yeah, and my feeling was that was going to be pushed towards Warhammer Fest, and I'm not sure we're going to get a Warhammer Fest this year or not. Yeah. So it's a long time. Hopefully, we can have, they'll do more of the video reveals that they've done, and we can have a bit more Heresy in that. It's nice, the guys on there are good, but their Heresy knowledge isn't always kind of up there. No. A little bit on the background, but it's been mentioned quite a lot. It will have been mentioned quite a lot in this episode, but the communication from Warhammer community can be better, and I think we all want that.
Yeah, definitely. If we had a tenth of what the 40k guys have got, I think we'd be really happy. Because I don't mean this in a bad way, but we're mature guys, usually in our 30s or 40s or a little bit older. So we're perhaps a little bit more relaxed about it. We're not chomping at the bit every week for a release. So we kind of, because we've got our lives are perhaps a lot busier than, say, someone who's a bit younger into 40k. They've got other things to worry about, but we can plan a little bit better, and we don't mind a little bit of news here or there. We're not expecting a Forge World release every Friday, or every Saturday, or whatever it is now, but at least an idea so we can start planning, because our time is very, very precious, and we need to plan. I've had to plan shows 6 months, a year in advance because I've got painters out here and I've got stuff to come in here and there, and I think we're a little bit better at planning. We just need a little hint just so we know what we're doing,
Yeah, at the very least, it lets you know that they're, it's going on, it's happening as well. So you see a Blood Bowl article come up, and even if there's not a huge amount written in there, it's like, oh, cool, it's a Blood Bowl article. And we get less of it as a Heresy fan base. So hopefully we can move that forwards. But yeah, I think it's going to be really exciting for you then. Have you made contact with the Auckland Heresy scene yet?
Yeah. There's a guy in Auckland called Tony Streeter that's quite prevalent in the Heresy scene, and I'm in a little Facebook chat group with I think it's about 10 or 15 guys in the Auckland and New Zealand in general, and I've reached out to a couple of people in Australia, and they've been quite helpful with pointing me in the right direction. So I've got a few names to contact, but I don't want to try and get all big excited, because I don't know if I need a visa to go to Australia, and I need to set up a second channel somewhere in Sydney. So it's and also there might not be an appetite. They might think, we don't want this guy over here, we won't bother with him. So I need to make sure there's a market for me. But it's just emails and messaging and stuff. But it is exciting, and I just hope it. Not that I hope. I know it will just mean more for the subscribers. They'll get more bang for their buck, which is sort of about delivering value for money, isn't it, and quality content. So hopefully.
Sure. And there aren't many better places in the world that if you're going somewhere new to meet up with people and have them respond than New Zealand. More than any kind of stereotype for a country, I think New Zealand's done pretty well in terms of being a welcoming place full of good people. So exciting times.
Yes, it was really cool. We're looking forward to it.
Wonderful. Well, thanks for coming on, and
my pleasure.
I'll speak to you again soon.
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity. Cheers, Greg.
Cheers.
All right, bye-bye.
Congratulations, you made it to the end of another episode of the Imperial Truth, the first of 2021. So happy new year to you all. May it be a more productive one in terms of gaming than the one we had before. Hope you enjoyed the episode. Basically, I just wanted to get on a few people that I knew around different parts of the world and have a little chat about kind of the situation we were in and mainly what we're looking forward to going future. And I understand there are parts of it we focused a little bit more maybe on what has happened, but it's the nature of humanity. And I also think it's the nature of not having the opportunity to go and talk to these people. It's been more restricted, and so when we do meet up, even for podcasting, it gets a little bit more rambly. I do want to take this opportunity to thank you all you listeners and supporters of the show. If you just listen, that's great, that's awesome. If you've told people about the show, then that's fantastic. If you engage with the show, if you sent emails to me over the year, there's been some really nice emails to read, and thank you for that, or messages on Twitter or Facebook or wherever. And if all the supporters on Patreon and things like that, absolutely fantastic. If you bought some models from Element Games, then a massive thank you to all of you for anything from listening upwards. It's all appreciated, really is. So saying that, if you do want to contact, email greg@theimperialtruth.com, Twitter @imperial_truth or Child of Fang, Instagram's Child of Fang, Facebook, search for The Imperial Truth. We have the group and the podcast feed as well, so you can get news on the podcast feed. And the group's not overly used, I know that much, but maybe this year we will try and incentivise that a little bit more. But feel free to come and post your stuff up and get feedback or what have you, ask questions, and the community is generally very good, so you never know what kind of answers and responses you might get there. If you do really want to go a step beyond, a step above, it's not absolutely not needed, but we have a Patreon. Then you can go and the link's in the show notes for that. You can support us by offering tips for every episode we produce, and you can buy gear as well, t-shirts and things. Over there's a link in the show notes for that as well, to the store, and it's done by EU and America. I think it's the rest of the world, so you can, depending on where you are, make sure you go to the right or select the right option for cheaper shipping. And obviously Element Games, a big thank you to them. Actually, they sponsor the show, and I use them, and that's why I approached them as a sponsor. But it's all appreciated, helping keep the lights on here, and Geek Shield as well. If you've got life insurance, particularly if your circumstances change, it's always good to keep up with that and make sure it's adequate for the needs you have. So going into 2021, the rest of 2021, if you got a few plans in and things like that for shows, but if you have any feedback, if you have any show ideas, topic ideas, if you have any questions, then please feel free to get in contact with me any of the ways that I talked about earlier, because it's all welcome. And when producing this content, at the end of the day, myself or whoever we have on, we only have one or two viewpoints, and the more you kind of let us know what your feelings are, whether you agree, disagree, or have alternatives, then I say it's not always a case of disagreeing, it's a case of having alternative options that may be more suitable. So any of that, then please, I say, feel free to get in touch. It's been hard this year. I've had one or two shows that I'd kind of planned, one of them back in the summer, that the person who I want to get on just hasn't been available due to work, and might not be for a little while yet. I might have to see how that goes and try and pull something forwards or something like that, but it's quite a lot of work into one of those shows, and if they're snowed under with work, it's not fair to put more pressure on them to come on and do a podcast for a few hours as well. But we'll see more Michael, I'm sure. We've got more Siege of Terror books. Mortis will be out soon, as will Alfaris's Primarch book, so we'll be talking through the books again, and more gaming, and hopefully actual gaming as well. But I think that's it for this show. Once again, thank you all for listening. It truly is appreciated. And until next time, you have been listening to The Imperial Truth.